that's something to consider. Each one of those weights would amount to, in aggregate, a lot more lead than is being fired in our state land than all of the bullets combined on an annual basis. And the gut pile argument. Those of us that hunt don't try to take animals by shooting them in the abdomen. It just isn't done that way. That's not how you take an animal. That argument doesn't pass muster with me. For those reasons, Madam Speaker, I cannot support this. I urge all of you to take into account science that's peer-reviewed before voting on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the sponsor yield for a few questions?
Ms. Glick, do you yield?
Certainly. Certainly.
Ms. Glick yields.
Thank you. What is the DEC studies that you're referring to, or are there DEC studies that you're referring to regarding concerns of use of lead ammunition?
Well, currently the DEC has had a stakeholder group that they have impaneled wide range of organizations, sports people, as well as wildlife rehabbers and so forth. So they are going, that's part of a discussion that is ongoing and has been for some time. We've asked them to provide us with their recommendations, which, you know, everything's moved a little slower than we would have liked. But they have, on their website, they do encourage the use of non-lead ammunition, and I think that's probably from a general desire to see less lead placed in the environment, in the same way that the military has been cleaning up their bases and their firing ranges and are using, in many instances, non-lead ammunition.
So as you pointed out, the DEC has decided, and I think most of us, and not all of us, can agree that our experts at the DEC are some of the best experts in the country when it comes to wildlife management. And I know that for a fact, traveling the country and meeting with other wildlife management agencies, have chosen not to use their regulatory power to ban the use of lead ammunition, lead-based ammunition at this point. As you pointed out, there is no scientific data that the DEC publicly or otherwise has been able to provide, and the DEC is working with many stakeholders across the state to come up with sensible regulations or rules or voluntary programs. Even just this past year, there was a push, again, if somebody voluntarily chooses to hunt with another type of ammunition, that was encouraged. Why are we jumping the gun when we have a very well-respected process with all stakeholders involved ongoing?
Well, DEC might come out with a regulation that phases out lead ammunition. I don't want to, get ahead of them in that regard. Ultimately,
is this not getting ahead of that?
You will permit me. One of your colleagues suggested a pilot program. I would suggest that to some extent, this is, since it is limited in scope to what is not more than 15% of the state's land, leaving open, and DEC indicates that over 90% of hunters hunt on private lands during hunting season. So, and 85% of the state is privately owned. So this is, in effect, a pilot project.
So I heard a prior colleague ask this question. I just wanted clarity because I'm not sure I heard the final answer. Somebody is utilizing private state land. They legally and ethically harvest an animal on their private land. Then that animal, and I don't want to assume anything, but I'm assuming you have not harvested a deer yourself, just so I don't want to go through something you might know yourself.
No, I have not.
Understandable. So you harvest a deer. We've all been there. Totally understand, agree with your sentiment about Teddy Roosevelt ensuring that we have fair chase hunting. That's something I personally practice and would encourage every hunter to practice. And if they didn't, they're not an appropriate hunter, in my opinion. But things happen. You would love for the animal to be taken ethically and immediately and have no issue. But many times that animal does continue to travel a certain distance, crosses lines. There are different rules and regulations for hunters if it does cross into other private property, etc. But what was that final answer? Would they be in violation if that animal crossed certain property lines and ended up in state land, and that's where the field dressing occurred?
I think that this dilemma happens now with hunting. You could be hunting on land, private land, that is open to hunting, and an animal might run onto land that is owned privately that has been posted. So I don't think that this is a new situation, and in the end, I think the appropriate thing is for the animal to be dispatched.
So the animal, and just to clarify, and I'm certainly not
I do not
the biggest
believe-
expert. The animal is already successfully harvested, but it has to be cleaned. It has to be field dressed somewhere else. It doesn't fall right on the spot. It happens frequently, even if we don't want that to be the case. Even the best hunter, much better than it happens to. Just many factors that are involved, and then that animal then has to be field dressed. And again, you are absolutely correct. There are processes in place. But would the person hunting with a non-lead ammunition, with lead ammunition, potentially face consequence enforced on them from this bill, even if they were following the rules half a mile the other direction?
I have great faith that DEC can make the determination that the bill itself does not address the
So your intent
issue.
is not to punish the person who is hunting on private land, who does the right thing through that set of circumstances.
It is certainly not my intent to create a circumstance where somebody who was essentially following all of the rules is in any way penalized because the animal drops on state land.
Now, you mentioned the amount of the percentages of hunting on private land versus public land. Based on DEC data, we know there's about 700,000 New York residents who will engage in hunting on an annual basis, possibly upwards of 50+ thousand visitors from other neighboring states and potentially around the world who want to come to New York and to engage in hunting. In my district and many districts across the state, there are state parks. As my understanding, at least 80 to 81 state parks that allow some form of hunting. Now, some don't allow non-archery hunting, so that obviously those places wouldn't be impacted by this at all because they only allow archery hunting. But there's a sizable number of visitors and residents who partake. Finding private land can be very difficult, particularly for visitors, but particularly for anybody. Finding private land to hunt is not always a guarantee, depending on where you come from, what situation you're in. A lot of people obviously can't afford their own private land to hunt on. They might not have a friend, a family member who has an acceptable piece of private land for them to hunt on. My district in particular, you have people who live in my district but come from Long Island, from the city, to come up to state land, and it's their most accessible, affordable place for them to participate in outdoor sporting recreation. Why mandate on them an additional burden or expense when the DEC has chosen to go with an optional encouraging route right now while working through with all concerned stakeholders. Why make it that much harder for out-of-state visitors who want to stimulate our economy and to help the proper management of our land and or residents? Why would we put that extra burden on them at this point?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't see it as an excessive burden. I think it is a de minimis amount of all of the expenditure that they will incur, travel, rifle, additional accoutrement. I don't believe that purchasing a box of non-lead ammunition is an enormous barrier to people who
Have
want
you recently tried to purchase any ammunition?
To tell you the truth, I have not.
So I would encourage you to come with me. The last time I tried to get a box of ammunition, I had to go to 4 different stores to find the appropriate ammunition that worked for my firearm and for what I was hunting. And then even then, it was not successful, and had to figure out something else with figure out something else to go on my hunting trip. So it is now in particular very difficult for many people to find the appropriate ammunition without any additional regulation. So certainly, as you mentioned, if you're going hunting, you're not going to need 10 boxes of ammunition. You're going to need maybe 1 bullet, 1 box of ammunition. But even that, it's very difficult. And it can be very difficult for people depending on where they're at. So this, very well to you, may seem like a minor burden, but it could be what stops somebody from being able to hunt on their only parcel of land they have a right to access. So I guess it's more of a request or just a statement from myself. I could see why someone who hasn't gone through that process would think it's a minor burden, but somebody who I personally know many who have, that could be what prevents them, at least during that season or in the short term, from being able to successfully participate in their outdoor sporting tradition that they would like to partake in.
The bill takes effect in a year. That will be after, I believe, most of next season's hunting seasons. So people have time, if they are so inclined to use state land. If this bill is signed into law, it will not take effect until next year. So I think that people who want to hunt will have sufficient time to identify where they can obtain the appropriate ammunition for their firearm.
Thank you again for going in this back and forth, and I would just highlight, and I certainly understand hunting is not for everybody. I like it. I know many people do. Some don't want to participate. That's their choice. And I would certainly welcome you and extend an invite, both as a member of the Assembly, a fellow colleague, as co-chair of the Legislative Sportsman Caucus. I'd love to have you come, regardless of the outcome of this bill. Not to go. I won't want to tell you to harvest something with me, but I'd love to just have you come and go through the steps regarding this legislation and others going forward. So I'm sure this will not be the last piece of hunter regulation that we ever go through here in the chamber, and just do it 2 hours in the life of someone who's engaging in the sport of hunting, and just see that something that seems like it could be a minor burden very well could be a major burden. And I'd love for you to just go through that process and see how we actually execute fair chase hunting, how we actually go through the process of doing this. So again, I'd certainly love to talk with you online, but I extend that invitation, not to harvest anything. If people don't want to do that, that's fine, but just go through that mechanism so you can see even a minor change can profoundly impact the men and women of the state who engage in that profession or in that pursuit. So, Madam Speaker, on the bill. This is certainly a well-debated issue at the state and national level regarding regulation or banning of ammunition containing lead. I think that we need to think broadly when it comes to overriding the will or mandating the will in the DEC. We have a renowned environmental conservation organization in this state that many other states rely on and work with across the country. The Legislative Sportsman Caucus is able to coordinate and meet various wildlife agencies across the country, and there's much respect for the state of New York, their scientists and our experts. And the fact that the DEC has chosen to not issue regulations and is working with stakeholders across all political spectrums, experts who know much more than many of us in the legislature on these issues, is something that speaks volumes and is a reason why I will be opposing this legislation. I encourage members of either party to oppose this legislation and to let our experts, our renowned experts at DC, do their job, work with the sportsman community and all interested stakeholders to do what's right using the right scientific data and information. And I certainly encourage any of our colleagues, the sponsor, anyone else to come with myself or many of the colleagues who have even much more experience than I. You don't have to harvest anything, but at least come and see what a normal hunter's day and process is like, so you know what you're doing and what we're doing when we put a little bird in. It turns out to be a big bird. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Salka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the sponsor yield for a question or two?
Ms. Glick, do you yield?
Certainly.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Here's a hypothetical, but I think it deserves an answer. If, in fact, and I hunt, I'm an avid hunter, and this does happen because my private land, which is a small piece, it's about 65 acres, but it's surrounded by 1,400 acres of state land. And in my town, which is the town of Brookfield, we have over 14,000 acres of state land. It's a beautiful setting. But if I wound an animal on my own property, and I'm using lead rounds, and that animal, that deer, most likely a deer, runs over onto state land, which there's a probability of it, can I dispatch that animal on that state land using that lead round?
I believe I have that's been asked and answered.
And I'm sorry, I don't recall the answer. The answer was?
That I don't believe that DEC would view that as a violation. It's not the intent of this legislation to catch, as it were, someone out in doing something wrong. We're setting a standard that should be used. There are instances where an animal is not everybody is, as one of your colleagues said, suggested that people who hunt choose to shoot. I assume he was suggesting a head shot or a shoulder shot as opposed to a gut shot. But not everybody is a great shot, and animals do move. So it is my belief that if somebody in good faith operates using lead shot only on their private land, and then the animal moves and falls in state land, that dispatching the animal on state land would not be viewed as a violation.
But there's no particular in the bill that would prohibit a, let's say, overzealous representative of the DEC to be able to apply that, because, in fact, there's no prohibition of that in the bill, I'm assuming.
It does not speak to that. It does not speak to field dressing, but we believe that DEC understands the intent of the legislation.
Okay, thank you. Now, part of this bill pertains to the New York City watershed for the public water supply for the city of New York, which we've agreed is pretty extensive now. And will it be a responsibility of the hunter to be able to recognize where those lands are, if they're marked accordingly, appropriately? I'm not sure. There might even be topographical maps that indicate that. But will it be up to I imagine it'll be up to the hunter to recognize those areas?
Well, actually, I do believe that DEP rather, over a number of years in conversation with communities that are host communities for their reservoirs, have opened up some lands for hunting and other recreation. And I think that those are fairly well defined in maps. And it would be appropriate in those areas that allow hunting, which is not all of it for sure, but some parts of it, for non-lead ammunition to be used for the purposes of hunting.
Okay, well, thank you for those answers. Now, just a little bit more in the weeds on this issue. According to research, the eagle, the bald eagle, which I think probably what we're talking about, that's the most predominant species in New York, from what I understand, has a range of about 225 miles. So if in fact that range includes private land and public land, the whole idea behind this is to minimize the threat to the well-being of the eagle. And by the only way that you're going to be able to determine that is if you're presented with a sick eagle. Or sometimes field testing requires that you capture the eagle, you do a blood sample. Again, that's all up to the pros at the DEC. So what's the probability that if in fact they find an eagle that does have a higher than normal or any lead level, what's the probability that you can assume that that lead level was attained by the eagle eating on public land as opposed to private land? Because now the 85% as opposed to 15% private to public, how can you determine where that eagle actually picked up that lead poisoning? Or is that in the DEC study that we haven't even heard of yet?
Well, while that was the impetus, the focus of the bill is on hunting and to limit the use of lead ammunition on state land, a pilot, if you will. The eagles that have been monitored and observed may travel, it's true, but they also have large concentrations for a variety of reasons, because the areas around the reservoirs are less tenanted and are more wild. That has been they have been observed within those areas, and so one makes some presumption if you have an eagle with a elevated lead level versus an eagle that is dying of lead poisoning. Obviously, there is a range of illness prior to death. So they're making an educated guess that those eagles may have obtained or ingested lead within the general area that they are hunting.
So this bill, the data that this bill is based on, and I would hope it is based on some data, is at best inconclusive at this point. I mean, we were supposed to get this report back in January, according to what you stated earlier, and we haven't seen anything yet. So don't you think this might be a bit premature? Don't we need more verifiable data to take the probability factor out, or at least minimize the probability factor that this isn't really a cause of poisoning in the eagle population? It seems to me like we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit here before we go ahead and pass a bill that's going to affect a number of people in the hunting community.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. Salka, I think that we move incredibly slowly. It took years for the Environmental Protection Agency to deal with DDT and other toxic substances, even though there was increasing evidence that that was in fact the cause. I wish that we were more quick to recognize serious environmental problems. I don't know, we've moved from, a 500-year storm to 7 500-year storms in various communities before people have said, it seems like the environment and the climate is changing. So we are slow to react. And we're slow to react, and DEC may be slow to react because they work so closely with sportsmen, which is a good thing. They may be more slow to react because they are trying not to offend. But the reality is that we know from a variety of things, including the fact that we see in studies that people who eat wild game frequently have an elevated lead level than people who don't.
And those are based on those are based on studies that were done on obviously studies done on people that consume higher amounts of wild game. Is that coming out of the DEC or the DOH or
no? That's not coming out of DEC. Those were health studies that were done in a number of places, including that wildly liberal place, North Dakota, known for its very progressive politics in general. They were quite surprised that they were looking at food that had been provided to food banks and found, quite to their surprise, that 60% of the samples included some amount of lead. I think it would be good for people. Look, I know people who hunt in order to feed their families.
So do I. Many people in my town do.
And I understand that, and I respect that. This is not about denying people the right to hunt. This is about saying we now probably know enough to suggest that you'd be better off not using lead ammunition for your food supply. And we really have tried to have our wildlife recover, things like eagles and raptors. And we probably would be better off if we were not using lead ammunition that might wind up in gut piles that scavenger animals ingest. That's really what this is about. And not about making it more difficult for people to hunt, not making it more problematic for anyone. We just think that this is one area that really needs to be addressed over time for broad range of health of the wildlife in our environment, and also, frankly, for people who are feeding their families.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Madam Speaker, on the bill.
On the bill, sir.
Like many other bills that we consider and debate in this House, there are a number of assumptions made regarding the intent of the bill and what it's based on. And I think this is a classic example. The study that was supposed to be done in January, for whatever reason, obviously hasn't been done. So there's really no data to base this on using that as a source. And again, the number of assumptions that are made here on what and to what extent our eagle population is being exposed to high levels of lead on either private land or public land. If you look at the probabilities that, the 15%, 85%, public to private, the probabilities would be higher that eagles are in fact ingesting or have a higher probability of ingesting lead on private land, which is not in this bill. So given that and given a lot of variables in this bill, I'll be voting against this, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salka. Ms. Glick on the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues for raising issues and seeking clarification. I want to repeat that this is not an attempt, nor will it end hunting in New York State, and it certainly isn't the intent of the bill. I was somewhat mystified at the concern that the state police would not be able to train on state lands. The bill is focused on hunting, and I didn't think that that was part of our state police training process. So I think that's a specious argument. I will raise with the body that for the past 10 years, the United States military has been looking at cleaning up their own bases, their own shooting ranges, and utilize for military purposes what they refer to as an enhanced performance round, green bullets, if you will, which they have found, because they do not fragment and they mushroom, are more lethal, fly truer, and longer, can travel further. So the ability to take wild game, large animals, is, one would assume, is based on their long history of reviewing this, that it would be to the benefit of hunters, actually, to be using a bullet that is a round, rather. The bullet is embedded in the round, that the enhanced performance rounds that the military use would be a benefit to our hunting population. Now, everything takes time to get into common use. People are always afraid of change, but I think it would be a benefit to everyone who is using their hunting to feed their families, and certainly to deliver to food banks, a non-toxic round. It just makes sense. This limitation is limited to state lands for the purposes of hunting. One of my colleagues suggested a pilot program. I would suggest that this is in fact that, and it is not intended to create an undue burden to the sportsmen of the state. There are many hunters who, in fact, are choosing the non-lead ammunition, and I understand that change is always uncomfortable, and nobody ever wants to be told what to do. You know, my first 15 years, I didn't like my parents telling me what to do, although they certainly had every right to. But this is a modest proposal, one that does not infringe on anybody's rights, and is not in any way intended to be either anti-gun or anti-hunting. It is pro-health and pro a clean environment, and a clean environment for the wildlife that people want to hunt. So I appreciate the opportunity to be to add a little bit more to this debate and to clarify some of the specious arguments made by some of my colleagues, and hope that people will see the virtue in voting for the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glick. Read the last section.
This act shall take effect January 1st, 2023.
The clerk will record the vote on calendar 186 A5728. This is a party vote. Any member who wishes to be recorded as an exception to the conference position is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Republican conference has generally opposed this legislation for the reasons that have been articulated over the last few hours. But those who support it are certainly encouraged to vote yes on the floor or contact the minority leader's office. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you. I would like to remind my colleagues that this is a party vote. Majority members will be reported in the affirmative, and if they wish to vote another way, we implore them to contact the majority leader's office, and we will announce their name accordingly.
Thank you. Mr. Walczak to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To explain my vote on this bill, which bans certain types of ammunition in the state of New York that contain lead. In order to explain my vote, I'm going to get a little help from a man named Frederick Douglass, who you may be familiar with as a freed slave, abolitionist, suffragist. You may have seen his face carved in stone on the Great Western Staircase right here in New York State's Capitol. And he said a man's rights rest in three boxes: the ballot box, the jury box, and the cartridge box. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will be voting no on this unconstitutional bill.
Ms. Kellis to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To explain my vote, I just want to acknowledge we've had conversations about the risk of the lead poisoning, given the fact that the land that we would be banning the use of lead in is only certain components of the land within New York State. But we do know that lead accumulates in the body. It accumulates in the teeth, the bones, the brain, the liver, the kidneys, fat tissue. If it accumulates in tissue, that's how it works up the food chain. It works up the food chain in animals that traverse the entire area of all state land and all private land. And we know that all state land is within the feeding territory of the animals that are higher up on the food chain, working its way, guaranteeing that if lead is in state lands, it will work its way into the food chain. The fact that it is guaranteed and the fact that it is one of the most toxic metals that exist on the planet for health of animals, including humans, it is logical, therefore, that if there are substitutes for lead, then banning lead does not in any way restrict hunters' ability to do exactly what they want on these lands, and therefore it is completely irrational and illogical not to ban something that we know is highly toxic and unnecessary. Therefore, I will be supporting this bill, and I thank the sponsor for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Ms. Kellis. And our next one is 792. Ms. Solana for exceptions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please add my colleagues, Assemblywoman Gunther and Wallace, as an exception to this in the negative?
Ms. Gunther and Ms. Wallace in the negative. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 102, noes 45.
The bill is passed. Page 40, calendar 487. The clerk will read.
Assembly numbers 9284A, calendar 487, Ms. Glick, an act to amend the insurance law.
Ms. Glick, an explanation has been requested. Ms. Glick needs to be unmuted.
It's bad enough when I don't unmute myself. But thank you. We have passed a bill in the, that would prevent insurance companies from using the breed of dog as an exclusion for homeowners' liability. It would prevent insurance companies from denying or refusing to renew a policy. That language, we believe, was quite clear in every way that homeowner liability insurance could not use the breed of a dog owned by a family as a reason to deny or refuse to renew or to limit their liability insurance. But the Department of Financial Services, apparently in conversation with some insurance companies, felt that we needed to close what was seen as, I won't refer to it as a loophole. I think it was a misreading of the language. But this is essentially a chapter amendment that adds the language to exclude, limit, restrict, or reduce coverage under the policy or contract. So it is adding to our original language that said no insurer shall refuse to issue, renew, cancel, or charge or impose an increased premium or rate for policy or contract, or exclude, limit, restrict, or reduce coverage under the policy or contract. So this was at the urging of the Department of Financial Services, and we believe fully clarifies the intent of the original statute.
I just noticed I can see it here. Mr. Blankenbush.
Madam Speaker, on the bill.
On the bill, sir.
Most of my adult life has been in the insurance industry and owning my own insurance agency. And over the years, the liability payments that come out of the homeowners policies in my agency has skyrocketed with dog bites. But I'm not going to go and talk about my own experience. I'm going to go by the facts and figures that the American Property Casualty Insurance Association has produced. And the first thing we'll go to is the earliest, latest figures come from the 2019 homeowners insurance liabilities claims that were paid out in that year, 2019, and 1/3 of all homeowners insurance liability claims were because of dog bites, costing about $797 million that year, which now is up to $44,760 a bite. That was an increase of about 14.7% from the year 2018. There's also 15 years of study that I'm not going to go through, but 15 years of study on over the years that dog bites have increased nearly 100% over that 15-year period. Nearly 50% of those hospitalized because of a dog bite required treatment for skin and tissue infections, and more than half received the costly procedures of skin grafting. While these national statistics are troubling, New York is the leader in highest average cost per dog bite claim, going to $55,000 in the year 55,801 in the year 2019. Common sense would tell us that while any dog may attack and while any dog may be as gentle as a lamb, dogs of certain breeds may be more dangerous than others. You could look at the stats. You could look at 15 years. You could look at the last stats that were 2019. The study released in those years shows, not surprisingly, that pit bulls and pit bull mixes far and away top the list of those breeds involved not only in dog bites, but fatal attacks, along with some other dogs, Rottweilers, German Shepherds, and so on. Pit bulls illustrate, well, how a breed, regardless of training, bears the likelihood of dangerous attacks. Not only are the pit bulls strong, but they don't bite like any other dog. A pit bull clamps on with their jaws and their tears. Not only do they do that, but the average of 1,000 pounds per square inch of power that comes from a pit bull. And I'm only using pit bulls. There are other dogs too, but for the brevity of this discussion, we'll just use pit bulls because of the facts that I've stated. Despite the data legislature adopted Chapter 545 of the law of 2021 and prohibited considerations of a dog breed by insurers like the sponsor has just explained. Given the high risk of breed dogs caused by injuries and multiple thousands of dollars, millions of dollars of claims, insurers still should retain some leeway to manage the significant risk. Now, what that really comes down to us in this room, let's assume 150 of us, wherever they may be, 150 of us put money in my bucket here. And this bucket is going to cover liability coverages on homeowners per claim. And all of us put in the money. Statistics will show us that most of the money coming out of that bucket is going to become because of a dog bite. Statistics show that. You can't argue the statistics. They're there. That's why I'm going with statistics only. So what happens? We're taking that money out of the bucket. We're paying the dog claims for the people who have dogs who are having the claims. So what do I have to do? I don't have a dog. I have to put money into the bucket to cover their dog bites. And that's what's going to happen across the board with insurers, with consumers who are going to have to cover the cost of liability coverages coming out of your homeowner's policy because you own a pit bull. I don't own a pit bull. I don't want to be covering that liability. I don't want to be covering that risk. But this policy will certainly do that. You're talking about increased premiums. You're talking about the consumers who are going to have to pay for other people's risk. Now, I have nothing against dogs, really don't. I actually dog sit for my daughter's dog when they go on vacation. So I don't have anything against dogs. But I don't want to pay for it. I don't want to pay for the risk. But this bill, no matter what anybody says, across the industry, the money coming out of the insurance companies because of dog bites, because they cannot insure their risk properly. People are not willing to pay for the risk of having, say, a pit bull. But don't charge me. And that's what's going to happen. We are now spreading that risk over everybody who owns a homeowner's policy in the state of New York. And it's going to happen that way because that's what has to happen. You take more money out of that bucket, you got to put the money back in the bucket to help pay those risks. And the more money that comes out of that bucket, the more money has to go into the bucket. That's the way risk happens in the insurance industry. I won't be supporting this bill, and I hope my colleagues don't support this bill, but let me warn you, in a few years, when you get your homeowners policies, your premiums are going to have to go up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Blankenbush. Mr. Lamondis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the sponsor yield for a few questions?
Ms. Glick, will you yield?
Certainly.
Ms. Glick yields.
Thank you. If a study were to show that no breed is inherently more dangerous than another, wouldn't it then come down to propensity and capability of a dog to bite? For example, two dogs, both capable of biting. One is a Rottweiler, one is a Yorkshire Terrier. One can kill you, the other is simply an annoyance.
Well, let me clarify one thing because this is a sort of a chapter amendment. We've moved away from what the original statute indicates. So let me just clarify for the body, and I'll do it quickly on your time, Mr. Lamondis, that insurance companies are allowed to cancel, deny, refuse to renew a policy for a dog that has been determined to be a dangerous dog under the Ag and Markets law. So this isn't every dog that's had a series of dog bites, a dangerous dog. This provides the insurance company with that out. And there is no, the property losses for homeowners, property loss is much larger than the dog bite section, and the insurance industry provides general categories. They do not allow for, and the insurance committee has asked breakdowns. They haven't gotten it. So is one dog more likely to bite than another? Is one, I don't think that that's based on breed. That is usually based on individual personality and or training.
Right. So then this bill would eliminate that discretion from the insurers, which I want to go on their record.
No, it does not, in that it does allow for them to do underwriting. And the underwriting is to determine whether that animal has a history, in which case they can charge more, they can refuse to insure, they can cancel a policy.
And so, taking this further, would you agree that characteristics would inform probability of an animal's biting tendencies or not?
No, I don't think that I don't think there's evidence to demonstrate that.
I think there's evidence to the contrary. For example, traits like inherent aggressiveness, ability to be socialized, size, bite pressure, all of these are factors that matter and should be considered. Would you agree?
Well, what I agree is that what we cannot determine, and is quite true based on what police departments will tell people that it's a good thing for you to have a dog, because if a burglar believes that there's a dog, they'll move on. So we can't prove the negative, but the insurance companies, for all we know, have actually benefited tremendously from the fact that people own dogs, and people who are nefarious actors who might want to burgle a house move on to the next one that doesn't have a dog. So they can't prove a negative, neither can I, but that is certainly a factor when police or security personnel ask you what you can do to make your house more secure. One of the number one things is get a dog and increase your lighting.
Thank you for your response to that. However, Madam Speaker, on the bill?
On the bill, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we can agree that as the population increases, the number of households will increase, which will be encumbered by more dogs, which will equal more bites. I think it's okay to say, and I think the average person of reasonable nature would conclude that those traits that I previously cited matter when deciding upon an issue like this. It would be akin to an insurance company being unable to differentiate between oceanfront water property and inland property. I think they need the discretion based on the data available, which I would say is indisputable, to be able to charge appropriately for the risk, so that the situation cited by my colleague would be lessened. That risk would be lessened among the insurable pool, not raised. For those reasons, I cannot support this, and thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Lemontes. Mr. Cahill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would the sponsor yield for a brief question?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes, I certainly do.
Ms. Glick yields.
Hello, Ms. Glick, and I hope you're feeling better. You
Getting
look
there.
great. You don't look as sick as I heard you are, so that's one good thing. Madam Speaker, Deborah, can you just one more time explain what this specific piece of legislation is about, as opposed to the generic issue that has been apparently relitigated here on the floor?
The original bill indicated that you could not deny, cancel, refuse to renew a homeowner's liability insurance based solely on the breed of the dog that resides in the home. It did, however, allow for insurers to deny, refuse to insure, cancel, based on the fact that you have a dog that is deemed dangerous. In this particular measure, we are simply adding, at the request of the Department of Financial Services, a few additional words, limit, restrict, to the list of things that that an insurer couldn't do.
Would it be fair to characterize this amendment as a technical amendment to clarify the intention of the original legislation that most of us believe was pretty clear to begin with?
Yes, we felt that the actual reading of the original statute was sufficiently clear, but Department of Financial Services asked us to add to that exclude, limit, restrict, or reduce coverage, which we believe was inherent in the original language, but perhaps we'll take the advice of the department. And I will also say, for the body's information, that even veterinarians have been unable to accurately identify many breeds, let alone from a visual observation, let alone an insurance underwriter. So I would say this is a technical amendment, clarifying language. The original statute was well litigated by the body before and has been signed into law based on the fact that the executive believed that underwriters should actually do underwriting and determine the danger.
Thank you, Ms. Glick. If I can continue to ask you a few more questions.
Sure.
Apparently, the old law school axiom you learned in your first year at torts classes, every dog gets one bite. That does not hold true for legislators who want to relitigate and argue points that have been settled here on the floor. This is the second bite for some of these dogs. You heard a colleague cite statistics from the American Property and Casualty Insurance Association. Are you familiar with that study? And just as a corollary, when you're answering that, are you familiar with any other studies that talk about the dangerousness of dogs by breed?
Well, I don't think there are breakdowns that have been provided based on breeds specifically. I'll leave it at that.
So the citation of statistics with the added caveat of statistics don't lie, but statistics are subject to interpretation. Would you agree with that?
Yes, certainly. Yeah. And I would also say that it's my understanding that most liability property claims come from damage to property and not necessarily from dog bites.
Thank you. And in the citation of the statistics that you heard, was there a correlation between the number of claims and the breed of dog, or was there just an assertion that particular breeds of dogs have been identified in extraordinary non-actuarial circumstances as having coincidentally been that breed of dog? Did you follow that?
Well, certainly that's true. And we also do not have a breakdown on how many of these dog bite claims came from people who were breaking into the homes to begin with.
Good point. Good point. Thank you very much, Ms. Glick. Get well soon. Looking forward to seeing you back here in the row. And thank you for carrying this important legislation. Madam Speaker, on the bill. Madam Speaker, as I said, we learned in law school very early. It's one of the first lessons you learn when you first show up to school. Every dog gets one bite. It doesn't say every dog of a certain breed gets one bite. It says every dog gets one bite. Well, that's not universally true. What it stands for is the fact that there is no presumption of dangerousness of any dog. That if that dog shows a propensity to dangerousness, then yes, then the owner is liable. The owner is responsible if that dog shows a propensity to dangerousness. Still, there is no assertion that that dangerousness is determined by breed. Now, I stand here as a former paper boy. In nature, that's the natural enemy of all dogs. And I will tell you that I was concerned when I went to a house with a pit bull. I was concerned when I went to a house with a collie. I was really concerned when I went to the house that had a German Shepherd. But the only time I was ever attacked was by those little yippy dogs that came at my ankles that never rose higher than my calf. I don't think they would be classified as a dangerous breed of dog, but I'll bet you anything, if our colleague took a deeper dive into the statistics that they cited, they would find out that the vast majority of claims are by those little yippy dogs, the ones that nobody thinks are dangerous. You go up to them in a grocery store where they shouldn't be anyway, but they are, and you give them a little pet. So we have here today a circumstance that was already fully discussed on the floor of this House about whether an insurance company can discriminate without any actuarial proof. And by the way, those entities that are claiming actuarial proof have refused to give the breakdown of that information, have refused to give the details of that information to allow us to determine whether there is a dangerousness associated with a breed based upon insurance experiences. But that point was already litigated. And what we said last year is insurance companies should not be discriminating against homeowners based upon their breed of dog. And some insurance company, coincidentally one that's about 175 feet from my house, made a determination and wrote to the department and said, we found what we believe to be a loophole and we're not going to insure this. And the Department of Financial Services came to us and said, if this was your intention, State Assembly, when you passed this bill overwhelmingly, if this was your intention, State Senate, when you passed it overwhelmingly, if this was your intention, Governor Hochul, when you signed this bill into law last December, please do this clarification so we don't wind up having a lot of expensive litigation in the state of New York with an insurance company that is what we believe over-interpreting what they believe to be an exception to the law that we could resolve in the courts at great expense to the taxpayers of New York. But wouldn't it just be easier if you just clarified your intention? And I'm very grateful that Ms. Glick said yes. And I'm very grateful that we are standing here today, hopefully passing this legislation that will avoid needless litigation down the road between an insurance company that doesn't want to adhere to the law and a department that is trying to enforce the law that already exists. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Zabrowski.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. On the bill?
On the bill, sir.
I want to thank the sponsor for her efforts in this area, and I know this is a chapter amendment. You know, we continue to hear on the floor of this assembly and, you know, in various public areas, many times in the media, an unfortunate stigmatization of certain breeds of dogs. I heard a lot about pit bulls today, and a lot as if there's a citation of some independent research out there that says that this breed of dog is particularly dangerous, scored poorly on a temperament test, or something like that. The fact remains, or the fact is that pit bulls in general are a group of 4 different types of dogs. American Bully, the American Staffordshire Terrier, the Staffordshire Terrier Bull Terrier, and the American Pit Bull Terrier. So oftentimes when these insurance companies or anybody else attempts to use the word pit bull, they just attempt to use that word as a whole without actually talking to a veterinarian or trying to get down to the specifics of the breed. And oftentimes that's what actually happens when you have an incident out there in the world. The Veterinarian Society at one point did a study, and it showed that, like, of reported incidents, over 40% were erroneously reported as to the actual breed of dog. And that there's oftentimes a jump in any media report to report that breed without really any particular knowledge of what the breed actually is. If you want to try to get some independent tests, there actually is a American Temperament Test Society that you could go to, where pit bulls, or these 4 breeds of pit bulls, actually score higher than average. This unfortunate rhetoric actually leads to a further marginalization of these type of breeds of dogs, which I think actually pushes them further towards folks that are not interested in responsible pet ownership. And that's really what we should be looking towards. There was at one point, this broader group of 4 breeds were known as sort of America's dog. If you think back to the Little Rascals and Petey, that was American Staffordshire Terrier at one point. It was sort of a very common type of dog that in some cases sort of would be known as, what many people call a mutt. Few different breeds, but sort of like what had the visual characteristics of one type of breed. We shouldn't be stigmatizing one breed and attempting to buy into what oftentimes is a jump to conclusions in media reports. What we should be attempting to do as a legislature on the floor of the assembly is attempting to promote responsible pet ownership. Because when there is irresponsible pet ownership of any breed, many particular types of breeds, there can be grave consequences. There can be bites. There can be fatal incidences. It's not because of the particular breed. It's because of irresponsible pet ownership. And I believe not having real and honest conversations with folks, with not properly enforcing and investigating animal fighting rings and those type of things. And that's what leads to those type of incidences. Folks should not get a large breed dog if they can't handle a large breed dog, if they haven't talked with a veterinarian, if they don't know what it entails. Folks shouldn't get any dog if they're not prepared to properly train the dog, because all dogs need that type of socialization and training. So I just stand up to support the chapter amendment, support the sponsors' efforts, and to say that these conversations shouldn't devolve into generic villainization of certain types of breed without any citation of specific independent statistics. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dombrowski. To close. Ms. Glick to close.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I understand that there is this concern. This is really a chapter amendment. It is technical in nature, but I do want to say that there are people who are generically afraid of all dogs. Doesn't matter what size or shape, but it is important to understand that there is nothing inherent about any particular breed that makes that breed more dangerous or more likely to bite. On the other hand, people do get dogs sometimes for their own protection of either their property or their or someone in their family. I was out of the house when my parents got a German Shepherd because my younger sister, was being left alone a lot. And Ginger, who we lovingly refer to as my sister Ginger, was with my mom for many, many years. And it was a comfort because she was a big dog, and people's reaction to big dogs are that, maybe I shouldn't mess with someone. But if you sat down, Ginger was in your lap in 2 seconds and licking your face. We were glad people didn't know that when they were walking her. But you cannot tell a book by its cover, and you can't tell a dog by its breed. So this chapter amendment is just to clarify language at the request of the department. But I do really want to impress upon people that you cannot identify the temperament or the behavior of a dog simply based on the breed that you may totally be misidentifying. And with that, I thank my colleagues and urge a solid yes vote on this technical amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Glick. Read the last section.
This act shall take effect on the 90th day.
The clerk will record the vote on calendar 487A9284. This is a party vote. Any member who wishes to be recorded as an exception to the conference position is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Republican conference is generally opposed to this legislation for the reasons articulated by my colleagues. Those who wish to vote for it can certainly do so here on the floor or by calling the minority leader's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. Ms. Peoples-Stokes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The majority conference is generally going to be in favor of this piece of legislation. However, there may be a few that want to be an exception. They should feel free to contact the majority leader's office. We'll be sure that their vote is properly recorded.
Thank you, Ms. Peoples-Stokes. Mr. Goodell to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My law firm has been involved in dog bite cases. And we dealt with a young girl who was bitten in the face and left with permanent facial scars. And the reason these dog bite cases result in such high damage awards is because they can have long-term, horrific implications to the individual who's been bitten. Now, we've been told that there are no studies about different breeds. I've heard that. We've all heard that. And while it is certainly true that you can have a pit bull that's as gentle as a lamb and a collie that might have a bad disposition, but there has been studies. There was a joint study by the Center for Disease Control, the American Veteran Medical Association, and the Humane Society on breeds involved in fatal human attacks. And they looked at all the data over a 20-year period. And contrary to some comments that have been made today, they did indicate that pit bulls and pit bull mixes far and away top the list of dangerous dogs, followed by Rottweilers, German Shepherds, Huskies, Dobermans, Great Danes, and St. Bernards. I understand that any one of those animals might be a great dog that wants to jump in your lap and lick your face. But we should not ignore 20 years of data with a joint study coordinated with the Humane Society, the CDC, and our veterans that show that on average, there are certain breeds that are much more dangerous. And those who have those breeds, if they want insurance coverage, they should pay the premium, not everyone else. For that reason, I'll be voting no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Goodell in the negative. Mr. Hawley to explain his vote.
Yes, Madam Speaker, to explain my vote, hopefully fairly succinctly. I agree with our floor leader, Mr. Goodell, and anyone can Google dog bites and see who the most dangerous breeds of dogs are. Like Mr. Blankenbush, I've been in the business for 40 years, and I can relate to you that the dachshund is not on that, what we refer to as hot dog list. I've only been bitten once in my 40 years, and it was by a dachshund. It bit me in the calf as I was leaving someone's house after I sold them a homeowner's policy, and their first response was, "You're not going to sue me, are you?" Well, that would be like suing myself, so obviously we didn't do that. My son is a lawyer, and I'm just assuming that... Stop the phone call. I'm just assuming that this may actually open the door for more litigation by our friends, the attorneys, those who practice in that particular area of expertise. And what will happen, we've already talked about this over and over again, the insurance premiums for the rest of you will go up. And so we're harming the very folks that we're trying to help. Keeping insurance premiums down, providing the best coverages possible. Actuarially, insurance companies have released facts and figures on dogs that are more apt to bite. And we've heard about those, and as I said, we've referred to those as the hot dog list. I would continue to urge all of my colleagues not to support this legislation, allow insurance companies, based on statistics and facts, use their actuarial expertise to make determinations of which homes to insure. Just like health insurance, the older you are, the more expensive it may be because statistically you're apt to get sick. Life insurance, the same thing. Based on gender and age, it's going to be more expensive if you can get it. So it's based on facts and figures. I would encourage all of you to back the businesses that are in the state of New York. Many insurance companies have left already, but I'm encouraging you to support those who are still here. Thank you.
Mr. Hawley in the negative?
That would be correct.
Thank you. Mr. Ra.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the debate, and my colleague was talking earlier about the clarifying nature of this bill. So I think the bark of this bill is bigger than its bite, and I'm going to vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Mr. Ra in the affirmative.
Well done. 100 points for that.
Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, to explain his vote.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to explain my vote, I've listened to this debate several times now, and I think this will probably be the last time. And I wanted to say thank you to colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This is actually one of the first times I really heard the debate that spoke to me that it really shouldn't be so much about the propensity to bite, but the damage. And I heard that argument being made by many of our members in the minority conference. And I think that's definitely an argument that has merit. The larger the dog, perhaps more damage the dog can do. But there's a part of this bill that is important to me because it's not just about a specific breed, or a mixture of breeds. And we have tons of rescues that are mixed breeds that need owners, that need to be adopted. And I don't want to support a policy that could put any sort of other hindrance from people trying to get these animals a home. So I will be voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
Mr. Byrne in the affirmative. Mr. Zambrowski.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Tried to find some data, and I did find a CDC report from a 20-year study. Does note, what's the ground? Does note that, number one, they were attempting to figure out whether breed-specific legislation or anything like that was worth it, and they came to some conclusions. 3 categories of strategies that can be considered preventing dog bites: owner and public education, animal control at the community level, and bite reporting. And specifically, and I quote in the editorial note at the end of the CDC report, although some breeds were disproportionately represented in the favorable attacks described in this report, the representation of breeds changes over time. As a result, targeting a specific breed may be unproductive. A more effective approach may be to target chronically irresponsible dog owners. For those reasons, and because my comments earlier where there is just no real data related to this topic, I encourage my colleagues to vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Zambrowski in the affirmative. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please record the following colleagues in the affirmative: Mr. Ashby, Mr. DeStefano, Mr. Gallahan, and Mr. Schmidt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So ordered. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 119, noes 28.
The bill is passed. Ms. Peoples-Stokes.
Madam Speaker, if we could continue our floor activity today by going back to the very top of the list of the debate calendar, and starting with calendar number 4, which is on page 4 by Ms. Paulin, followed by calendar number 23, which is on page 7 by Ms. Paulin, followed by calendar number 34, which is on page 8 by Ms. Rozick, going to calendar number 54 on page 10 by Mr. Godfrey, followed by calendar number 67 on page 11 by Mr. Bronson, in that order, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peoples-Stokes. Page 4, calendar 4, the clerk will read.
Assembly number 172, calendar 4, Ms. Paulin, an act to amend the civil practice law and rules.
Ms. Paulin, an explanation is requested.
Thank you so much. The bill provides that limited liability for persons held jointly liable shall not apply to any person who owns, manages, and or controls property who is found to have failed to provide security as required by law.
Mr. Montesano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Ms. Portland. Just now, are you referring to limited liability companies or partnerships?
I'm sorry?
Are you referring to limited liability companies or partnerships?
What this bill is trying to address is is when the jury decides to apportion liability between a landlord and a criminal, knowing full well, frankly, that the criminal has no money. Those at risk are typically domestic violence victims, rape victims, and this will allow those victims to get an increased amount of money for when the landlord has been irresponsible and not providing the security required by law or regulation.
Okay, but when you talk about the landlord, what category of landlord are we speaking about? Are we talking about if the property is owned by a corporation, if it's owned by a limited liability company, if it's owned by a limited liability partnership?
I think that we're talking about general ownership in whatever form that ownership takes place for property.
Okay. Well, because property owners, as a general rule, have insurance on their properties. So why are we not looking to that for the remedy that you're looking for?
Well, we are, because on a practical basis, if a victim comes into a lawyer's office and says, I was raped, and the reason that was what could occur is because there was a door that should have been locked that was unlocked, and there were repeated criminals coming into that situation, and we've warned that landlord over and over again that lock should be taken care of. And so we know that rapist came in because of that situation, even though the landlord was warned. And so that victim goes to a lawyer and says that there has to be some culpability on the part of that landlord. And so that lawyer will go to the insurance company
But just let me stop you for one second. I understand all that, but I'm looking at your sponsor's memo and I'm looking at the text of the statute. And first of all, it seems like you're honing in on one type of criminal offense, and that's a rape. And now you're mentioning, some domestic violence. And I remember the case you're probably referring to happened a number of years ago because it was in the newspapers. But your bill targets landlords that are owned, that are held by limited liability companies or partnerships. So if there's 3 owners in that limited liability company, they're only limited. The liability is only limited to the percentage of interest they have in that company, to that ownership. So if a guy only owns 10%, right, that's all he's going to be held liable for. You're looking to get around that and have the court disregard that and to impose the majority share of liability on these people. I mean, that's essentially what you're doing with this bill.
Well,
and you're only doing it for particular types of offenses. So what happens to the person who's the victim of a burglary, a robbery, or a non-sexual assault?
So the bill that we've or the section of law that we're amending and the way we're amending it doesn't limit who the victim is. So it's just very typical that if someone was a victim of domestic violence, they would be even more aware of the liability of the lack of security, because they have a known perpetrator, and that perpetrator might have made attempts to get into the building. The issue that you spoke to in terms of a building being owned partially or be owned by multiple owners, let's say, they would typically have one insurance policy, and that would be the place that they would be negotiating. Or with, the lawyer to the lawyer in the insurance company. So I'm not sure I'm really understanding your concern with the, when a building is owned by multiple people.
All right, thank you. Madam Speaker, on the bill?
On the bill, sir.
Thank you. So this bill wants to hold the landlord fully responsible for an incident that takes place because of some lack of security, which is not even defined with security we're talking about. Is it lighting? Is it alarms? Is it door locks? Is it codes to get in? So because the defendant who commits the crime may not be the money person, they want to shift the burden fully to the landlord to make up that difference, although the facts of the case may not warrant that type of position to occur. And it seems to be, reading the sponsor's memo, the intent of this legislation is to take care of only certain victims that are categories of sex crimes or domestic violence. And so if we're going to target landlords, then what happens to the other people that are residents of these buildings that are victims? Let's take a look at NYS housing. They're the poster child for every violation you could find for housing and for lack of security. More people are victimized in those buildings than you could ever calculate. So, and of course, it's owned by NYS. Try and sue them, try and collect anything from them. But now we're targeting the private landlords because the door lock is broken and doesn't work, or in the case that the sponsor points out, we have one landlord who just didn't pay attention to what he should have, and they wanted him held accountable. But here we're changing a body of law that affects cases statewide because of something one individual did. So, and now many buildings are held by corporations. They're held by limited liability corporations, companies, partnerships, and it's purposely done to limit the liability of how they hold that property. You may have 2 or 3 corporations in partnership to own a building. And based on the investment they have in the property or the shares they have in the LLC or corporation, that's where their liability is limited to. This seeks to circumvent that and to put liability on them, to the fullest amount, especially when the perpetrator, A, is not found. We don't know who or she is. Or B, if he is caught and prosecuted, he and she, of course, probably has no money to pay. So I think this is, a targeted bill on landlords, and it's going to, result in unseen circumstances of what's going to happen when criminal conduct occurs on the premises. And this doesn't even make any provision that the landlord had notice of the defect in whatever the security issue is. Is it because the lights were out in the hallway, the lights were out in front of the house? Whatever security they have to begin with, if they're not on notice that it's defective, then it's wrong to, to hold them fully responsible. And this bill does not address that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
For sure. Okay, thank you. Read the last section.
This act shall take effect immediately.
The clerk will record the vote on calendar 4A172. This is a party vote. Any member who wishes to be recorded as an exception to the conference position is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. He's joined. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Republican conference is generally opposed to this legislation for the reasons articulated by my colleague, Mr. Montesano. Those who want to vote in favor of it can certainly do so here on the floor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to remind my colleagues that this is a party vote. Majority members will be recorded in the affirmative. If there are any exceptions, I ask majority members to contact the Majority Leader's office at the number previously provided. I will then announce your name accordingly.
Thank you. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 106, noes 42.
The bill is passed. Page 7, calendar 23. Clerk will read.
Assembly number 338A, calendar 23, Ms. Paulin, an act to amend the public service law.
Read the last section.
This act shall take effect on the 365th day.
The clerk will record the vote on calendar 23A338. This is a fast roll call. Any member who wishes to be recorded in the negative is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. It's like there's a game clock. We're all good. It's like we're gonna have some exceptions. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please record my colleague, Mr. DiPietro, in the negative on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. DiPietro in the negative. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 146, noes 2.
The bill is passed. Page 8, calendar 34. Clerk will read.
Assembly Number 477A, Calendar 334, Ms. Rozak, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law.
Ms. Rosick, an explanation has been requested.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill would amend the Public Authorities Law to create a preference for women to be appointed to state and local authority boards. I can go into the statistics, but they're not great on where we are in gender parity, with rough estimate of only 20% of New York State and local authority boards made up of women.
Ms. Walsh.
Thank you. Will the sponsor please yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Gladly.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you so much. We debated this bill last year, and so here we go again. So I'm just going to start at the top, if that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. So first, as far as this bill is concerned, what kinds of boards would this apply to?
These are local and state authority boards, including IDAs.
Okay. And how many of those are there in the state?
There are hundreds of them at all levels of government.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of research before this debate, and as of 2018, there were 47 state authorities, 531 local authorities, including 109 IDAs and 292 not-for-profits. So, can you just explain how this bill would work?
Yeah, sure. So, the preference in the program established basically says that when choosing someone for your local board, a preference would be granted to the candidates of a certain gender. Gender balance here means providing women candidates with a preference when appointing individuals to boards. Again, preference means the act of favoring one person over another that is inversely proportional, providing, however, such favoring is not dispositive, so it's not the only factor, it's just a preference. The appointing power would also be required to take all efforts to obtain lists of qualified candidates to be recommended for appointment in order to achieve gender balance. And all state and local authorities captured under this legislation would be required to note on their annual reports the number of appointed or reappointed board members in the last year and the number of women board members appointed or reappointed in the last year.
So is it fair to say that there are basically two pieces to the bill? One has to do with recommendations for appointments to these boards, and the other part is the actual appointment of individuals to the boards. Would that be a fair statement?
Sure.
Okay. So under the Supreme Court case of U.S. versus Virginia, the court said that in order to grant a kind of preference like this, there needs to be an exceedingly persuasive justification. So I just want to ask you, do you think that has been met here, and why?
Sure. I mean, 20% certainly reaches that threshold for me. I would agree with you that the Supreme Court has rejected any affirmative action program that is determined to be a quota, but this is not that. This is a preference. And the court has upheld gender-based plans in California that required the Santa Clara Transportation Agency to consider gender as a factor when making recommendations or promotions to positions that the agency determined were historically segregated based on gender. So the goals did not set aside particular numbers for the positions, and neither does this bill, but aspires to a certain percentage or a certain amount of gender parity.
And so I've heard a few terms. I've heard gender diversity, gender parity, and gender balance. So what exactly is the goal of this bill?
To promote more candidates to apply for local and state authority boards and hopefully have an increased number of women on these boards.
And is there a set percentage that is the goal?
No.
Okay, so it's not like 50% or something like that?
This is not a quota, it's a preference when interviewing and looking for candidates for these boards.
Okay, so now the way that this bill works, the more lopsided, for lack of a better term, the board is, male to female, the stronger the preference is, though, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So, and then this bill would also sunset after 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there any provision that deals with whether female applicants are available in a particular area? Like, let's say you have a rural area or you have a different part of the state, or anything that talks about whether you even have an interest on behalf of women to be on a particular board?
No, but I imagine women are 50% of the population, and so there could be an effort undertaken in every county in this state to find qualified candidates.
So, but despite maybe best efforts, let's just say that there is a scarcity of, I mean, you know, sometimes there's a board that's not, you know, maybe a particularly exciting board to sit on, and there's just a scarcity of interest generally in serving on this board, male or female. Is there any exclusion or anything factored in that kind of a situation?
No, again, it's just a preference to the pool of candidates that you've received.
Okay, so using a hypothetical, let's say that there is a male who is serving on a particular board, who's very experienced, has served for quite a while, is a very productive member of this board, and his term comes up. Can he do another term on this board if the board is currently 100% male?
Yes.
Okay, so that's where I think, and I remember this too last year, we were talking about this. So if you look at section 4 in the bill, it says, and I'm just going to quote part of it, as far as appointment, an appointing power shall make recommendations, appointments, and reappointments to state and local authorities created, blah, 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 in a matter which will ensure a gender-balanced appointment or reappointment for each public authority. That seems to suggest that in that hypothetical that I gave you, that if reappointment would not ensure, of that gentleman, would not ensure a gender-balanced appointment or reappointment, then that can't happen.
Right, but in your hypothetical that you just gave me, you were not comparing this gentleman to another qualified woman, right? You were just saying if he would like to be reappointed and there is no other applicant, then he would be reappointed.
Oh, okay. So let me change the hypothetical.
If you're asking whether or not compared to a qualified woman, yes, the preference would be towards the woman candidate.
Very good. Okay, so I see the distinction there. So, well, I kind of had jumped ahead because before you make that reappointment, you're first canvassing and recommending individuals to fill what would be a vacancy, right, when that person's term is up.
Right.
So I understand that from the bill, a list would be developed and a search would be conducted, and there would be names, including women's names of qualified women for that appointment. So in that situation, as you just said, if the board is 100% male, a productive, valuable member of that board, his term is coming up. Rather than reappointing him, this bill would say you need to choose a qualified woman off of the appointment list instead.
The preference.
The preference.
Right, and it would not be dispositive. Again, it's a preference.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So when we say preference, does that mean that does not have to happen? Is that not a must? It's a may.
Say that last part again.
When you say a gender preference, under the situation that we just talked about, the man would not be, right? Would not be reappointed under that hypothetical, correct?
Preference in the bill is meant the act of favoring one person over another, inversely proportional, provided, however, such favoring shall not be dispositive. So it's not the only factor, but it is a factor.
But that doesn't make sense to me, quite honestly, because under Section 4, it says that an appointment will be made in a manner which will ensure a gender-balanced appointment or reappointment. It doesn't just say preference. or maybe it will ensure. I mean, that to me, I don't like to over lawyer it, but I mean, as I'm parsing the bill, that's what it says to me is that's a must. That's not a may. But you disagree with that.
Again, the intent of the bill is to provide preference to women who apply to be on boards.
Okay, well let's move on because I don't think we probably agree on that. But let's keep going. I appreciate your intent to clarify the intent of the bill. Now, this language doesn't apply. It only applies to gender. It does not apply to race or national origin or any other protected class. It only applies to gender. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And now, why do it this way with this legislation versus just encouraging through, say, voluntary efforts that have been made by, private companies or organizations like, and I want to give an example, like Goldman Sachs, for example, where Goldman Sachs updated its policy that starting this year in 2022. It's going to expect portfolio companies in the S&P 500 and FTSE 100 to have at least one diverse director from an underrepresented ethnic minority group, and that it will expand its expectations for public companies with 10 or more board members to have at least 2 women on the board. Why not just do it that way through, rather than a mandate, why not do it through just encouraging voluntary efforts like we're already seeing with companies like Goldman Sachs?
So I guess my question back to you is, how would you do that? That is not currently being taken up by any state or local authority board on their own. In fact, the data is very clear. On the MTA board, out of a 22-member board, only 5 are women through a authority. Out of an 8-person board, only 2, though kudos to them, the chair is a woman. The New York Power Authority, out of 6 trustees, only 1 is a woman. The New York State Bridge Authority, out of 5 commissioners, only 1 is a woman. Long Island Power Authority, out of 9 trustees, only 1 is a woman. And various IDAs in Syracuse, out of 5, only 1 is a woman. Rockland County, there are 5 members, only 1 is a woman. Essex County, there are no women on the board. I can keep going on and giving you a lot of different examples, but clearly the local and state public authority boards are not taking this up, and so that's why we put this bill forward to encourage that.
Well, I would respectfully suggest that one half of the bill has to do with recommendations for appointment. And if the bill only focused on recommendations for appointment and not using preference in the actual appointments or reappointments, I think that that may be more of an encouragement of diversity rather than a mandate. But anyway, I appreciate your answers to my questions. And Madam Speaker, on the bill.
On the bill.
All right. So, and I guess really that's where I come down on this particular bill. I do think, as one of the few women that served on my county's IDA a few years back, I understand that we do all benefit when we have more qualified women serving on these boards. I absolutely agree with that. I also think that it's also there's an important part where it's qualified and interested. I think gauging interest and creating a list of recommendations of women who are interested in serving on these boards and having the boards have to do that, I think is valuable. I think that that's a good idea. I just want to close with Sandra Day O'Connor, who was the first female woman on the Supreme Court, stated, quote, "Society as a whole benefits immeasurably from a climate in which all persons, regardless of race or gender, may have the opportunity to earn respect, responsibility, advancement, and remuneration based on ability." And I think we all agree with that. The question is, how do we accomplish that? I think that this bill, in my opinion, goes a little bit too far by creating a mandate that's a little bit more heavy than I would prefer it to be. I'm okay with the idea of a recommendation for appointment, but I disagree with that part that I kept quoting from Section 4, which I think does create a problem where if there is a qualified man with experience who has been serving well on a board, that this legislation may have the unintended, perhaps, or maybe intended consequence of not allowing him to be reappointed and continue to serve. So for those reasons, I appreciate the intent. I really do. I really appreciate the intent behind this bill. I just think for me it goes a little bit too far, and in its current form, I cannot support it the way it's worded. So I will be voting in the negative, and I would encourage my colleagues to consider whether this is the way that we want to encourage further diversity on some of these state and local authorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Hello.
Read the last section.
This act will take effect August 1st, 2022.
The clerk will record the vote on calendar 34A477. This is a party vote. Any member who wishes to be recorded as an exception to the conference position is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly, the Republican Party encourages diversity and inclusion, but we are opposed to mandates that are based on sexual orientation or gender, and for that reason, the Republican conference will be generally opposed. Those who support it, of course, can vote affirmative here on the floor. Thank you.
Ms. Szilagyi.
Madam Speaker, the majority party will be in the affirmative. Those who want to vote against this great piece of legislation can contact the majority leader's office, and we will announce the name accordingly in the negative.
Thank you very much. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please record my colleague, Mr. Schmidt, in the affirmative. Thank you.
Mr. Schmidt in the affirmative. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 112, noes 36.
The bill is passed. Page 10, calendar 54. Clerk will read.
Assembly number 832A, calendar 54, Mr. Gottfried, an act to amend the public health law and the insurance law.
Mr. Gottfried, an explanation has been requested.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this bill prohibits three kinds of contracts by health plans. One is or contract clauses. One is any contract or clause or policy that requires a healthcare provider to essentially offer the health plan the lowest price that it charges to any other customer. So essentially like a most favored nation clause. Second is it prohibits contracts, policies, etc., that prohibit a participating healthcare provider from referring a patient to an out-of-network provider. And the last is a prohibition on the health plan having anyone other than the patient's prescribing practitioner from switching the drug under a prescription.
Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the sponsor yield for some questions?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Chairman. A brief look at the history of this legislation. It looks like it goes back quite a few years. I found a similar bill back in 2002. I know there was a debate on the floor, I think, back in 2014, and I noticed that this is an A-print. Are there any substantive changes in this bill that have been made over the last several years that you can detail?
I don't think so.
Okay. As you mentioned, I believe, in your explanation, I know this bill does several things. There's one provision that prohibits HMOs, plans, insurers from utilizing clauses referred in the sponsor's memo and elsewhere as a most favored nations clause, which would entitle plans to reimburse providers at the lowest price charged by such provider to any other person or, I guess, patient for the same treatment. My understanding is the Department of Financial Services frequently has declined to approve plans with such clauses or that language. How prevalent is this practice in our state?
I don't know. I don't know that anybody tracks that in any quantitative way. So I don't know the answer to that.
So, would it be safe to argue that this is a solution and search of a problem? I mean, if we don't know how significant this is, and DFS it does not seem to be approving this type of practice, is there a need to do to make this added prohibition?
Well, sometimes we do things to make sure that something bad doesn't happen. If this were a very common practice, there might be some members who would say, gee, this is such standard practice. How on earth could we go about outlawing it? But if it's rarely done, you say it's rarely done. Why should we outlaw it? It's a bad practice. We shouldn't allow it. If DFS has been preventing it from happening, that's terrific. But it would be stronger if it were in the statute.
Well, I do understand and appreciate, generally speaking, the need and value of individualized healthcare and medicine, but further limiting the ability of plans to get the best price for their members, their plans members, their customers, the providers' patients, our constituents. when we do that type of thing, it likely leads to increased rates or premiums. I certainly want to be, providers to be compensated fairly. They work extremely hard and do amazing work, generally speaking, but we also have to always balance that and be mindful with affordability for all New Yorkers, including those with coverage from private health plans. Now, how, if it does, your legislation manage the growing cost of these services to the patient?
Well, health plans negotiate prices with providers. What the kind of practice that I don't want is if a doctor or a hospital or another provider offers a low price because, for example, they know that a patient who doesn't have health coverage really can't afford the full price, or a patient who is out of network really can't afford a full price. And so I think I would want to encourage that hospital or doctor to offer a lower price to that patient. I think we'd all applaud that. What I would not want to have happen is the doctors or the hospitals compassionate pricing ensnaring that doctor or hospital being required to offer that same low price to an insurance company that has that takes in a lot of money from us.
Well, I can understand that and appreciate the desire to help other folks that may not be grouped in with those plans. But I also just want to be mindful for, again, those plans members, those patients, those constituents as well, who are paying premiums, that are praying for that health coverage, that we want to try to make it affordable for them too. And I know that's something that you're passionate about. There's, a lot of things that we've talked about, affordability and quality care. And that's just one element that I think anytime we make changes like this, it's something that we have to raise as a concern. I know another significant change, and I believe you mentioned it, pertains to making it easier for providers to refer patients to out-of-network providers, right? This legislation would prohibit, I want to make sure I say this carefully, prohibit insurers' ability to prohibit providers from referring a plans member to another provider based on them being out of network. Now, can you cite any instance of any plans utilizing such a policy?
I can't cite you a name of one off the top of my head, no. But I am told by practitioners that does go on. And again, whether you would say it doesn't go on and therefore this bill is preventive, or whether it does go on and this bill is stopping a pernicious practice, either way, the bill is a good idea. Health plans should not be prohibiting your doctor from referring you to an appropriate specialist.
And I don't believe that I can't find an instance where that is occurring. And another thing that is a very real consequence or just result of when you're referring to someone out of network, that comes at an increased cost to that consumer, to that patient. Does this legislation do anything to change that, or to require the provider to notify said patient that we're going to refer you to another provider that's out of network? It's going to cost you a lot of extra money. Is there any sort of requirement to the provider to do that in your legislation?
Well, there's no requirement today. Your understanding is that doctors and hospitals today are perfectly free and not in any way restricted from referring someone out of network. There's no requirement that I'm aware of today that would provide that kind of notice. I suppose someone in this chamber might introduce a bill to say that. I don't know if anyone has. So this bill doesn't really change the law on that point. It simply entitles your doctor to make a referral in your doctor's best judgment.
Well, I believe that providers have that ability to do it now, and most of us, anecdotally, through our own personal life experience, you can get referred to another provider that may be out of network, and then you have to plan and figure out how it's going to cost, how you're going to pay for it. I deal that in my personal life years ago when I was in high school, getting a spine surgery, going to a specialist outside of network. And then you have to try to fight for reimbursement for your plans. It costs a lot of extra money. So if it just seems that we're going to try to, again, put in some sort of remedy to something that there doesn't seem to be a prohibition from plans that I found. I couldn't find an instance where they're telling their providers that you can't do this. But if that's going to come into play, it just seems only fair that there should be an added requirement to say, well, if you are going to refer patients out of the network, maybe the patient should know that it could cost more money when they make their decision on where they're going to seek care.
As I say, that's an interesting idea. Somebody might want to introduce a bill to say that. I don't know that anyone has introduced such a bill. As you probably know, all of the problems you've been talking about in the insurance industry, the high prices that we pay in premiums, the biggest factors in those high prices are the fact that we pay for insurance company administrative costs and marketing and profit, and our premium dollars also pay for the enormous amount of administrative staff that doctors and hospitals have to hire to deal with insurance companies. And of course, the only reason we have the notion of in and out of network is because of the practices of our insurance companies. And as you know, I have a bill that would completely eliminate that problem as well, which, if we're lucky, we will debate on the floor later this year.
I had a sense that's where that was going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the bill.
Yeah.
On the bill, sir.
I want to thank the sponsor for taking the time to answer some of my questions and concerns. Again, laudable goals. We obviously all want quality, affordable health care and access to health care for our fellow New Yorkers. We have to balance a lot of those things to make sure that, again, people can afford the care that we're making available to them. I know that the quality, affordable care is a priority of the sponsor because we've talked about it on many different policies. We just don't always agree on how we're going to get there. Again, I understand and appreciate the importance of individualized healthcare and medicine. I understand that we want to help enable providers to provide compassionate care. We have a lot of great options in New York State. There's federally qualified health centers. There's a lot of different ways that we can expand access to care to people with perhaps lesser needs or lesser means. But again, I understand why, providers probably don't want to necessarily always be worried about, being reimbursed at the quote best price. They want to be compensated fairly, but we also have to think about the consumer. And the consumer is the patient. The consumer is our constituents, and they're the members to the health plans. And there's concerns that while well-intentioned, this legislation is anti-consumer, and that it will drive up the cost for health plans. And while I appreciate the intentions behind the sponsors' goals with this piece of legislation, I plan to vote in the negative, and I appreciate his time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Mr. Cahill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Dick. And I think I'll do this every time you stand up to talk about any healthcare legislation. Thank you for your 50 years of dedication, over 50 years of dedication to improving the healthcare for all New Yorkers. And I certainly appreciate all of your efforts. I'd like to ask you a few questions about this specific piece of legislation that largely deals not so much with health care, but with health insurance. Can you identify the payment requirements under the Medicaid program. How are providers paid under the Medicaid program, and how is the fee that the provider is getting in a fee-for-service Medicaid reimbursement situation determined?
Well, those rates are set by the state. In the area, I believe it's limited to prescription drugs. There is a requirement that a federal requirement that Medicaid pay the lowest price of any payer.
Right. So
Yeah.
so when it comes to prescription drugs, at least there's a recognition that there is a methodology that requires the Medicaid health insurance plan to extract the lowest price that a provider would charge for a given prescription.
Well, the way Medicaid prices are on drugs are created is a complicated process.
Yeah,
it also involves rebates and a variety of other things.
Right.
And of course, Medicaid is a public program. You know, we're talking here primarily about the general world of health plans.
Right.
Yeah.
So, are you aware of any circumstance where Medicaid can require the provider of other services, other medical services or medical goods and services other than prescription at the lowest price that they offer it at?
Well, I know Medicaid, in every instance that I've ever heard of, does in fact pay lower prices than anybody else. Whether there is a mandate for that, I don't know, and that is partly why a great many providers do not accept Medicaid. But again, Medicaid is a public program serving a public purpose, not supporting stockholders, et cetera.
Well, okay, that brings me to another interesting question. Would your bill apply to all health plans, whether they be privately held, shareholder-owned, publicly traded plans, or not-for-profit entities that run a health plan?
Yes.
Okay, and so, like the Medicaid program, the not-for-profit health plans don't have shareholders either. If the logic holds true that we want to allow the Medicaid plan to economize using the lowest cost structure, why wouldn't we want to do that with our not-for-profit plans as well?
Well, there are some not-for-profit plans whose chief executives and other executives are paid an awful lot of money. So they may not draw something called a profit, but that doesn't mean they don't extract a lot of money from the plan. And nothing in this bill would stop those plans from bargaining as plans do to pay the lowest price they can negotiate for. All this, and this bill does not interfere with that in any way.
I thought the language of it specifically said that would be prohibited, that a plan can't require a provider to charge them the lowest price.
If they get the lowest price, it would be because they negotiated a price that turns out to be lower than what other people charge. What they can't do is negotiate with let's say with a hospital that a given procedure's price is $1,000, and then they discover that the hospital is offering that procedure to a patient for $500 because the patient really can't afford it and has no coverage or is out of network, and then the plan says, you violated our clause. From now on, we're only paying you $500. That is what the bill would outlaw.
Well, I mean, certainly we have the circumstance where a patient might get reimbursed under the bad debt and charity pool, which would be a fractional amount of the bill based upon some other formula that would be even lower than half the price. And there are certainly providers who could give it away for free. What I think I'm reading your bill to say is that they cannot require by contract or any other means a provider to say, we are going to give you the lowest price. That doesn't mean that there might be an exception out there for a case of beneficence or charity or some other business purpose. But if a contract requires the lowest price, that would be a violation of this bill.
Yes.
So I'm trying to square that with your previous statement that an insurance company could negotiate with a hospital to get the lowest price possible if that is not the lowest price. It sounds to me like what this bill would do would be prohibit the very thing you said they could do.
No. It is one thing if you can bargain to pay $1,000 for a procedure and it turns out that that's lower than anybody else in town pays. It's another to have a contract clause that says whatever we pay you, it has to be lower than you charge anybody else.
Gotcha. So in the case of, again, going back to Medicaid, if a Medicaid provider will not use a hospital or a doctor, we'll say a direct care provider. If a direct care provider publishes a schedule upon which Medicaid reimburses, and that schedule says, $50, and then it turns out that they're charging everybody else $25, and the Medicaid Inspector General gets wind of that, that provider could be charged with a crime. But in the case of a healthcare insurer, for-profit, not-for-profit, self-insured plan that is regulated by the state in some instances, that if they did that very same thing, not only would it not be a crime, it would not be allowed. That seems like something of an inconsistency. I'd like to move
well,
to...
I don't think so, but I just want to make very clear that this bill does not apply to self-insured plans, which we may not regulate.
Right. I understand that by and large we don't regulate self-insured plans, but there are the contracting with provider aspects of what a plan does has an impact on virtually all of the business, the book of business that an insurer has. And some of that insured business is regulated by the state of New York and some is not, but they don't have usually, at least in my knowledge or experience, separate contracts for the federally regulated, or in my view, federally not regulated side of the plan and that which is subject to state regulation. So whether we intend it to have an impact on those plans, it often does. And actually, I think you and I would agree that that's not a bad thing.
Right.
So I want to move on to another question about the out-of-network provider and whether a plan would be permitted to require a provider or limit a provider from hold on one second. Madam Speaker, can you ask this little coffee club to go someplace else and have their coffee?
Yes, we are on debate, so please keep your voices down or take it to the back of the room.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Dick, for your indulgence. Out-of-network providers, I think is where I was, but I also know what's playing at the movies tonight. So my question is if a provider decided that they wanted to limit one of their contracted providers' ability to refer out of network for some reason other than to save money, would that also be prohibited under this law?
I'm not entirely sure what you're asking, but I think the answer is yes.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. So
I mean, the bill says you can't bar a provider from referring someone out of network. It doesn't say what the plan's motive is for barring that.
Right. So if a plan does it to economize, and save the cost of insurance, that is somehow perhaps perceived by some to be inherently wrong, even though I don't necessarily perceive it that way, because I think less expensive insurance is good. But I also understand that there could be an arbitrary use of that power, that authority, in circumstances that would not be to the benefit of the patient or the subscriber. So I understand we want to have some control over that. My question is, in that circumstance where the insurer has recognized a pattern of referral, for example, of a specific provider who consistently refers out of network. And when they refer to that out of network provider, and congratulations to you for 90% fixing this problem too, when they refer out of network, that other provider decides that they're not bound by the terms of the contract with the provider, and somehow or another they decide that they're going to start dunning the patient for what they believe that they're owed and have not been paid by either an insurance company or the doctor that referred them to that, the doctor that referred the patient to them. What if there was that reason? What if that was the reason that some health insurance company decided that they had to limit a specific provider's ability to refer out of network? Or what if there was a pattern that emerged where this Dr. A was a top shelf doctor, passed every set of metrics that we offer on quality assurance, but had a pattern of referring patients to a doctor who doesn't meet those standards? And they wanted to tell that doctor, no, stop referring to that out-of-network doctor. We didn't contract with that provider because he stinks. And we don't want to do business with him because he hurts our members. That would also be prohibited under your bill?
Well, the insurance company could certainly say that to the doctor. I think the notion that we should structure public policy around the assumption that it is common for health plans to be acting on such noble motives is unrealistic.
Well,
I'm sure there has been a case in which a health plan acted out of the goodness of its heart for the welfare of a patient. I've never had the sense from anybody other than an insurance company lobbyist that is at all common or typical.
Well, certainly, you and I have different experiences, that's for sure, on this subject, because I can tell you many, many instances where when many of you call my office for help with an insurance company, and we contact the insurance company on behalf of a constituent of one of you, because insurance companies have a relationship with the insurance chair, we advocate for a variety of things, including those instances that would assure better quality care for patients, and the insurance companies consistently abide and provide us that opportunity.
Actually, I think that proves my point, because when they respond to a legislator calling to try to get them to stop doing something or to do something, I think that kind of proves that you can't count on them to act out of the goodness of their heart.
Well, I would say the opposite, sir, and all due respect, I think it proves that it's a rare occurrence. If one little tiny assembly office can handle that many of all of the complaints for the whole state of 19 million people, they're not very common complaints, but they do occur. And when they occur, we have interactions with the insurance companies, and they oftentimes will talk about quality issues. They will talk about referral patterns or other issues with providers. For example, a very common one is somebody goes for a procedure that requires anesthesiology, and the anesthesiologist is not in network. Everybody finds out later on, and maybe they're not even in New York State. And until there was a federal law, there was some question about whether we could regulate out-of-state providers in that way. But it happens, and it happens with pretty regular frequency, and we do end up resolving those issues. But my question was not, does it happen? My question was, if it happened, would it be prohibited under your bill from the insurance company trying to place some control on that malfeasance, on that bad behavior?
If what they do rises to the level of being a contract or a policy, I mean, if you look at the words of the bill, then it would violate the bill.
Thank you, Dick. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Cahill. Who's next? Read the last section.
This act shall take effect on the 180th day.
The clerk will record the vote on calendar 54 A832. This is a party vote. Any member who wishes to be recorded as an exception to the conference position is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Republican conference is generally opposed to this legislation. Those who support are certainly free to vote in favor here on the floor of the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. People-Stokes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The majority conference is generally going to be in favor of this piece of legislation. However, there may be some that would be in opposition. They should feel free to reach out to the majority leader's office. We'll be pleased to make sure their vote is recorded. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cahill to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam, and soon to be Mr. Speaker, if you look behind you. I applaud and I thank the sponsor of this legislation for all this important and good work when it comes to improving health care for all New Yorkers. And I tell you, I have been up nights thinking about what happens to New York State when he's not here to help shepherd some of this stuff through. And I'm not looking forward to that. But in this instance, I think we respectfully disagree. This measure would apply not just to the greedy shareholder-owned publicly traded companies that are out to steal your money and not give you health care, but it would also apply to the good companies that are trying to do the right thing. It would also apply to the not-for-profit insurance companies that, yes, they pay executives sometimes a pretty good fraction of what a hospital executive makes, not nearly what that guy usually makes or woman, but for still a pretty hefty sum. But what we heard today is that what's good for government health plans is not good for private health plans. What is okay to do in some instances is not okay to do in other instances. And even if it's a good idea under this law, if it were to become law in the state of New York, their blanket would cover bad behavior, but it would also cover good behavior. It would also cover things that are being done on behalf of the patient. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, and a couple of others that I didn't get to because my clock ran out, I will withdraw my request and respectfully vote in the negative.
And your clock didn't run out, but we're happy that you ended. Thank you. Godfrey to explain his vote.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to clarify one of the issues that was discussed in the bill about a doctor who is sending patients out of network. The language of the bill, first of all, only applies to a contract, written policy, or written procedure prohibiting certain things. So if it's simply the health plan calling up, that would not be a contract, written policy, or written procedure. And secondly, the limitation has to be based solely upon such healthcare providers' participation status with the health plan. And in the cases that we were talking about, the health plan would not be expressing a concern based solely on the other provider's status in relation to the plan. So the particular circumstance we were discussing would actually not be prohibited by the bill. And I'm happy to vote in the affirmative.
Mr. Godfrey, in the affirmative. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 105, noes 43.
The bill is passed. Page 11, calendar 67. Clerk will read.
Assembly number 1171A, calendar 67, Mr. Bronson, an act to amend the insurance law.
An explanation has been requested, sir.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this bill would require commercial insurance companies to reimburse for services provided by certain mental health practitioners.
Mr. Goodell?
Thank you. Would the sponsor yield?
Mr. Bronson, will you yield?
Yes, I will, Mr.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Mr. Bronson. Am I correct that this bill would specifically require all these insurance companies to contract or provide coverage for mental health counselors, marriage and family therapists, creative art therapists, or psychoanalysts? Is that correct?
That is correct. All of those professions being licensed pursuant to education law, and all of those professions having master's degrees and clinical requirements to get that licensure. And also, all of them would only be allowed to practice under their scope of practice.
And this requirement, this mandate on insurance companies would apply regardless of their existing composition of the network, correct?
Yes.
And do you have any projected cost to the insurance companies or to the policyholders of expanding this mandated coverage would be?
I have not analyzed the cost associated with providing mental health services to those families and children who are in need of those services, especially as we are going through the COVID epidemic.
Now, this bill in 2019 was vetoed by the governor. Has there been any changes in the bill since it was vetoed?
No, there has not. As you know, there are two companion bills to this related to Medicaid reimbursement. One bill associated with social workers and the other associated with mental health practitioners. The first bill was signed into law in December by this governor. The second bill was signed into law with an agreement for chapter amendments, which we did earlier this year. We strongly believe that this governor has a perspective that differs from the prior governor who vetoed that bill in 2019. And we also believe that this governor is aligned with us in recognizing the extreme need that we have today for mental health services for our families.
Now, as you mentioned, there was a chapter amendment we passed within the last month and a half, perhaps. And that chapter amendment amended the original bill by excluding, if I recall, marriage and family therapists and creative art therapists from the scope of that mandated coverage. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
What did it?
That bill originally included marriage and family therapists, it included mental health counselors, and it included psychoanalysts. The chapter amendment agreement was to remove psychoanalysts from that bill.
It also removed creative art therapists, didn't it?
We did not include creative art therapists in that bill.
I see. Thank you very much. Again, I always appreciate your clarification on this legislation.
Thank you.
On the bill, sir?
On the bill, Mr. Goodell.
I have no doubt that marriage counselors can provide a very valuable service, as can creative art therapists and psychoanalysts and others. But every time we increase mandatory coverage in New York, we increase the cost. And so what this does is it says we don't care if you're single, your insurance coverage must cover marriage and family therapists. We don't care if you don't have an artistic bone in your body. You must pay for and purchase coverage for creative art therapists. And while, as I mentioned, these individuals may do valuable service, a preferable approach is to allow those who want that type of coverage to buy a rider. And then those who want it can have it, and those who don't want it don't have to pay for it. And unfortunately, this bill requires everyone to pay higher insurance for coverage they may not want or need or desire. And I think a preferable approach is to let people buy what they want and not be forced to pay for things they don't want, so that we can keep the cost as affordable as possible to all of our residents who are struggling to pay insurance costs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Read the last section.
This act shall take effect to January 1st.
Clerk will record the vote on Assembly Print 1171A. This is a party vote. Any member who wishes to be recorded as an exception to the conference position is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, sir. Reflecting that we had 39 no votes last year, this will be a party vote in the negative for the Republican conference. But certainly those who support it can vote in favor of it here on the floor of the Assembly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. People-Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority party will generally be in favor of this piece of legislation. However, there may be a few that would desire to be an exception. If so, they should please feel free to contact the majority leader's office. We'll make sure their vote is properly recorded.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Brunson to explain his vote.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. To explain my vote, I would ask each of my colleagues, while they're thinking about how they're going to cast their vote, to take a step back. Think about the time that we're living in right now. Think about the struggles and the stressors that our families are facing, in particular because of COVID. Trying to teach their children at home, trying to get to work, and at the same time having their children at home. Wanting their children to be back at school, but not being able to get back at school. And then the children not knowing what's going on. And also hearing about war on their TV sets every single day. This bill is about providing mental health services. And in fact, this bill is an extension of Timothy's Law that we passed a number of years ago that required parity within commercial insurance companies. And the Attorney General has brought lawsuits in connection with the lack of mental health services with these disciplines in the commercial insurance policies. And in fact, in each of those settlements, the insurance companies, to settle the case, agreed to put a provision in their policies to include these mental health professionals. Take a step back. Don't think about the cost of this bill to insurance companies. Don't think of the cost of this bill. What you should be thinking about is, will this bill allow access to mental health services to our families and our children in this very difficult, trying time? Answer that question first. And then press the green button to vote in the affirmative. I will be voting in the affirmative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brunson in the affirmative. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 111, noes 37.
The bill is passed. Ms. People-Stokes.
Mr. Speaker, we could continue our work on the debate list. We're going to go to calendar number 120. It's on page 15 by Mr. McDonald. Calendar number 140 on page 17 by Mr. Engelbright. Calendar number 178, which is on page 20, that one is also by Mr. Engelbright. And calendar number 211 is on page 24 by Ms. Galef. And calendar number 294 is on page 31 by Mr. Lodges. In that order, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Page 15, calendar 120. Clerk will read.
Assembly number 3241, calendar 120, Mr. McDonald. An act to amend the Real Property Actions and Proceedings Law.
An explanation is requested, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would create Article 7C of the Real Property Actions and Proceedings Law to allow tenants outside of New York City in the counties of Nassau, Suffolk, Rockland, and Westchester to bring a special proceeding for judgment to remedy conditions dangerous to health, life, or safety. Specifically, this bill would allow the appointment of a receiver to address these unsafe conditions, which could be including lack of heat, lack of running water, light, electricity, adequate sewage disposal facilities, and any other conditions dangerous to life, health, or safety.
Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To sponsor yield.
Will you yield, Mr. McDonald?
Yes, I do.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Under current law, there is a warranty of habitability that applies under Section 235B of the Real Property Law. So don't tenants already have the right to offset rent if an apartment doesn't meet appropriate standards?
I think they did. What we're trying to accomplish here, we already have this established well into law in Article 7A for New York City and the 4 other counties I mentioned. We just want to make this a statewide consistent practice.
Right, but with regard to the warranty of habitability under current law throughout upstate New York, if an apartment doesn't meet appropriate standards, the tenant has a warranty of habitability, right? And they can offset rent to reflect the reduction in the value of the apartment that's attributable to any defect, correct?
Correct.
And this bill eliminates that defense, correct?
This bill, what this bill does, it allows the local government through a court proceeding with appropriate notice to designate a receiver to address and remedy the issues that are brought forward by the tenants, or it could be the local code enforcement officers or civil or community officials.
And I appreciate that, and that was mentioned in your explanation. But going back to my question, this bill eliminates the defense of warranty of habitability, correct? It's on page 9, line 9, 8 and 9, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat where that is?
Sure. It's on page 9, starting on line 8. The defense of warranty of habitability is inapplicable. So in situations covered by this law, we would eliminate the warranty of habitability, correct?
I believe so.
So then, by eliminating the warranty of habitability, under this law, a tenant would have to pay full rent even if their apartment has defects. Whereas without this law, a tenant could reduce their rent. Why is that fair to tenants?
What was the last part of that question?
Why is that fair to tenants? Under current law, they can reduce the rent, the warranty of habitability.
Mm-hmm.
Under this proposed law, tenants have to pay the full rent, even if there's problems with the apartment. It seems that is unfair to tenants.
So, and let me expand on this a little bit because you raise a very valid point. You know, in a situation like this, and to be honest with you, I don't think this will be a very frequently used vehicle. This is at a point, and as a former mayor, I can attest to this, where the community, the code enforcement department, the appropriate officials, the tenants have kind of reached a point of no return, where they've tried every measure known to mankind to engage the property owner, the landlord, whatever it may be, to remedy the situation. This is not meant by any stretch of the imagination to allow the tenant not to pay the rent. What would happen after going through a proper notification process, which, as the legislation speaks into the 9 pages, is quite significant, it allows the court of jurisdiction to appoint a receiver, because at the end of the day, these situations need to be resolved. The rent that the tenant is still obligated to still pay would therefore go to the receiver, who then would be charged with developing a plan, bringing to the court, which the judge would approve, to remedy the issues.
And I appreciate this is an alternative procedure, but this would require tenants to pay higher rent while those repairs are being made compared to the warranty of habitability. But let me go to the next question I had. So under this bill, all the rents would be paid directly to a receiver, correct?
That's correct.
Now, a lot of times, of course, particularly with smaller landlords, they may borrow money in order to buy the apartment unit. They go to the bank, they get a mortgage on the building. The mortgage is a first lien. If the mortgage isn't paid, the bank forecloses. When a bank forecloses, because it's a first lien, the bank's lien takes priority over all the tenant leases, because it's first in line.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any requirement under this that the bank payments be kept current by the receiver?
The receiver will have the responsibility to fulfill all of the obligations. From my perspective, the receiver steps into that position of being the property owner or the property manager, collects the rents, makes the repairs. And by the way, these are not superfluous repairs. It's not like they don't like the shade of paint on the walls, whatever it may be. These are critical repairs that the judge deems needs to be done in order to really avoid what our goal is. We do not want to disrupt the tenant and have them leave a dwelling because of conditions that, after several attempts by the local government through code enforcement, haven't been attended to.
And I appreciate that you keep telling me what the purpose is, and I appreciate that. I do.
And let me just.
But my question is, if I can, my question is very specific. I'm looking at page 5, and page 5 gives the bank the right to spend even more money. But I didn't see anywhere in the language that the receiver is required to keep the bank payments current. Did I miss anything in the language?
I don't think you've missed anything in the language.
Okay. So now, if an owner makes arrangements for a repair to the property, ironically, and doesn't pay the contractor for the repair, the contractor has a lien that's actually superior to the mortgage. It's a mechanic's lien. But under this scenario, none of the repair costs would ever have a priority over the mortgage, correct?
Could you repeat that scenario one more time, please?
I apologize.
Just repeat that one more time, that scenario you're laying out.
Yeah, certainly. So this envisions that the receiver will collect the rent, use that cash to make repairs, correct?
Yep, correct.
So under that scenario, the bank's lien always remains ahead of all the tenants, right? Which is different than the current scenario where if the owner makes a repair and for some reason doesn't pay the contractor's mechanic lien actually jumps ahead of the mortgage. But this would take a different approach, leaving the mortgage lien primary above everything else, including the cost of repairs, correct?
Correct.
Now I see in order to begin this action, there's a requirement that there's 5 days notice. That's your understanding as well?
That's correct.
But
for this exact proceeding, that's correct.
Right, for this type of proceeding. But am I correct that if the landlord begins a eviction action to get rid of a tenant who's not paying, and that may be one reason why the landlord hasn't made the repairs, they don't give the tenant 5 days notice. They have to give them 14 days notice before they give them a second notice, which has to be 10 to 17.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they get into court, the tenant's entitled to an automatic 2-week adjournment by statute, right? And that's assuming that the landlord can even get it into court. So why is it that by law, we say that a landlord will take anywhere from 2 to 3 months to do an evicted tenant who's not paying the landlord the money that the landlord needs to make a repair, but allowing the tenants to replace the landlord on just 5 days notice? Shouldn't the time frames be comparable? I mean, after all, if we want tenants paying the rent so that the landlord can make the repair, shouldn't the eviction time frames be the same?
So you're kind of melding together two issues, and I'm not disputing the fact that they're important issues, but we should be very clear that before a local government or 1/3 of the tenants, as it's noted here, actually gets to that point, we are probably looking at several months of code violations being sent to some responsible party for that entity. And by the way, the proceeding can start within 5 days, but if the property owner actually responded and say, hold on a second, I'm taking care of this, or hey, I'm not going to take care of this, in most situations, there's been no response at all. And this is why I want to reinforce, I think this is a tool that will be seldom used. It's really more at the last end of the train in regards to trying to remedy a situation to help avoid the unfortunate situation where tenants would have to be evicted or removed out because the building is unsafe and uninhabitable.
Certainly, and as you can
But
appreciate,
your point about the schedules, I understand that.
Yeah, certainly, by the way, before a landlord gives a notice of eviction to a tenant,
yep,
the landlord likewise does everything possible to collect the rent. And I would share with you, I started an eviction proceeding last year in October. And I did the notice, the 14 days notice that, demand, followed by the 10 to 17 day notice. And I got a note back from the court, said, thank you very much for giving the tenant about a month's notice. The earliest we can schedule you is in February, end of January. Now, that meant that all of those notices that I just mentioned, I had to repeat again in order to be in time or properly time frame for the January. And then we show up in January, automatically entitled to a 2-week adjournment. We show up 2 weeks later, gets another 2-week adjournment. The trial is now scheduled for April. Now, meanwhile, my landlord is expected to make repairs, even though they're not collecting any rent. And the landlord could be in court under this law, facing the appointment of a receiver in a week. So why is it that we can have a tenant force the appointment of a receiver in 1 week when it takes at a minimum 2 to 3 months, assuming the court system is working, and actually now 3 to 6 months in reality? I mean, shouldn't those time frames be the same? After all, it's the landlord needs the rent, makes the repairs.
So a couple of comments to that. First of all, this legislation actually was drafted pre-pandemic when timelines were a little bit different. And as we all know, we've been through a very extraordinary time with the pandemic. This House has gone through Herculean efforts to protect tenants from being evicted during the pandemic, to actually help landlords received funding for tenants who weren't paying. And then the real good news, Mr. Goodell, is if your eviction proceedings in April is this Friday, so that's a good start. That being said, to your point, you're bringing up really discussions we've had in past years in regards to the overall eviction proceedings. I just need to reinforce that it is several months in violations and notices that are sent to the landlord before we get to this step. So it's not really a surprise at this stage of the game that they want to start those proceedings, but the landlord actually has the opportunity, or an interested party, to actually say to the judge, hold on, 5 days notice, I am going to be doing this or I'm going to be doing that. So the opportunity to respond, which has really been something that I'm striving for from landlords. And let's be clear, not every tenant is perfect either by any stretch of the imagination. We have very challenging situations out there. But at the same token, what concerns me is when families are living in dwellings, and I've seen this as a former mayor, where the landlord just goes sayonara, just no responsible party, doesn't fulfill the local government's obligation to have a responsible party on record. And at the end of the day, we need to do something because it's going to lead to disruption to the family and, at least in the cities I represent, potentially damage to some beautiful historic properties.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. On the bill, sir.
On the bill, sir.
Thank you. We've gone through an unprecedented financial stress on landlords, especially our smaller landlords, the mom and pops that might own 1 or 2 apartments or a couple of houses. And we've gone through a system where we in the state legislature said to tenants that they could self-certify that they didn't have the money to pay rent. And we continued that rent moratorium for nearly 2 years. And then we said there's some funds available. So if you apply for those funds, there's an automatic stay of any eviction proceedings, even though the fund has no money in it. So now you can apply. You can apply for a grant knowing there's no money there, and you still get an automatic stay on the eviction. And then even if during this budget process, and I hope we do, we restore funding, that funding only covers 9 or 10 months. It doesn't go back to 2 years. And so having just devastated the finances of all these small landlords, mom and pops, people who have invested their life savings in the hope of being able to run a small real estate investment opportunity, we turn around and say, you can't get rid of the tenant who's paying, but the tenant can have a receiver appointed in just 5 days' notice. That's fundamentally unfair. Sir, is there anyone else who would like to speak on this?
No. You'd like your next 15?
No, I only need the next few.
We'll take the 15, and then when you finish, give it back.
Thank you. I will wrap it in a bow for you. So, unfortunately, in addition to being fundamentally unfair to the landlords, this bill, ironically, is also unfair to tenants. Why? Because under current law, if an apartment has problems, the tenant can reduce the rent. It's a warranty of habitability. This bill eliminates the right for a tenant to reduce the rent because it eliminates the warranty of habitability. And so now this bill forces tenants to pay higher rent while the repairs are being made. Whereas current law allows the tenants to pay lower rent until the repairs are done. The second problem is this bill doesn't require that the receiver keep the mortgage current or the taxes current or the utilities current. And that can be devastating for the tenants too, because when the mortgage goes into default, the mortgage takes priority over all those leases, and as a result, the tenants face the possibility that their leases will be canceled as a matter of law. And of course, if the taxes aren't paid, the building goes up for a tax sale. So we have a situation that's grossly unfair to landlords, It provides for a receiver to be appointed in 5 days' notice when it takes the landlord at best 2.5 to 3 months to evict a non-paying tenant who's not paying the rent that the landlord needs to maintain the property. No landlord in the state of New York wants to see their property deteriorate. That is their asset. They want to keep their apartment maintained, and they want paying tenants so they can afford to maintain it. And this says, since the state legislature has devastated your finances and you can't evict a tenant who's not paying, we're going to appoint a receiver on extraordinarily short notice, not pay your mortgage, not required to pay your taxes, and at the end, it's the tenants who pay so much more and risk the loss of their lease under this proposal. This is not the right time or the right solution for this approach. And for that reason, I'll recommend to my colleagues that they not support it. Thank you, sir. And I'm returning to you 12 minutes and 14 seconds.
We will gratefully accept it. Thank you. Read the last section.
This act shall take effect immediately.
Clerk will record the vote on Assembly Print 3241. This is a party vote. Any member who wishes to record it as an exception to the conference position is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, sir. The Republican conference is generally opposed to this legislation for the reasons I mentioned and perhaps other reasons as well. But those who support it are certainly encouraged to vote in favor of it on the floor of the Assembly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. People-Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democratic conference would generally be in favor of this piece of legislation. However, there may be some of our colleagues who would desire to be an exception. They should feel free to contact the majority leader's office, and we will be pleased to make sure that their vote is properly recorded. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. People-Stokes. Mr. McDonald to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my comments, my colleagues' comments, excuse me. First of all, just to be clear, as I review this legislation, there's nothing in here that says that the tenant will pay more in rent. The ongoing lease agreement continues on as is. If, unfortunately, it goes on for a couple of years, the administrator has the ability to renegotiate a lease. But there's nothing here that clearly states that the tenant's rent will increase. But just as importantly, and as a former mayor and as one who's worked with the New York State Conference of Mayors on this legislation, we know that there's a natural tension between tenants and landlords at times, but it's a small percentage, to be honest with you. All we're asking for in this legislation is for upstate and the rest of New York State to have the same process in place in the unfortunate circumstance that we have a situation where a landlord or property owner is not responsive. This is something that the city of New York and the surrounding counties of Nassau, Suffolk, Westchester, and Rockland have enjoyed for a long period of time. And it's, in my humble opinion, that we expand this statewide. Therefore, I encourage my colleagues to consider this legislation positively.
Mr. McDonald in the affirmative. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, sir. Please record my colleague, Mr. Montesano, in the affirmative. Thank you, sir.
So noted. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 108, noes 40.
The bill is passed. Page 17, calendar 140. Clerk will read.
Assembly number 4117, calendar 140, Mr. Engelbright, an act to amend the environmental conservation law.
Mr. Engelbright, a explanation has been requested, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill to declare the goal of reducing solid waste, setting that goal in order to achieve a whole series of related benefits.
Mr. Schmuller.
Mr. Speaker, would the sponsor yield for a few questions, please?
Mr. Engelbright, you yield.
I yield.
Sponsor yields.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Engelbright. It's good to see you and talk about one of my favorite issues, which is recycling. Because I know it's very important to all the residents of New York State, but particularly is impactful in the dense urban areas around New York City, where there's a lot of stuff goes in and a lot of waste comes out, and I think it's a key issue going forward in the committee in which we serve.
I would agree.
So I wanted to first ask, what is the current percentage that's recycled right now at this point? What is your guess now? How are we doing as a state?
We're not doing great as a state. On a nationwide basis, it's about 32%. We'd be a subset of that, but I don't have a precise figure for you.
So if we're looking at this as a goal, 85% is the goal in this bill. Is that correct?
No, 100% is the goal, but 85% would be the floor, not the ceiling. So we would set that as a goal in the general sense and hope for even better.
So if 85% is a floor, then this becomes a mandate by the designated time frame to make 85%?
It's not a mandate. There's no penalties involved, but it is a goal. It does give us a benchmark to aspire toward and to begin to formulate a whole series of policies that would enable it.
And so from a state level working down into the local level, how would this bill work with the Department of Environmental Conservation and the various home rule authorities who do most of the work?
That's a really great question and an important one, because there needs to be cooperation between the state and municipalities. One of the mechanisms for that would be municipal grants. Those grants can be enabled through the Environmental Protection Fund. There's also technical assistance that is available through the agency. But there would need to be ongoing consultation and an educational process.
So we're looking at money from the Environmental Protection Fund. If this Environmental Bond Act passes in this budget and is approved by the voters, would there be infrastructure that would be paid for in that regard for the counties to be able to hit a higher goal for recycling?
If we adopt the goal, then it's incumbent upon us to enable the goal to be achieved. This measure doesn't build any money in a specific formula or figure, but I think it would logically follow that we would do everything we could to enable the department to achieve its responsibilities and to help our local governments. I should point out that the bill requires that the department produce a plan. They would have to think things ahead a little bit. The goal is to achieve at least 85% by the year 2032.
And in 2.5 years from now, the department would have to produce a plan on how to get there.
So in a few years, we'll have a plan that in 10 years we'll have this 85% goal achieved.
In 10 years, we would ideally have results. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it seems very ambitious to me. From 30%, maybe that's the national level. Maybe it's a little higher in New York. I'd be curious as to what the exact figure is, county by county.
Well, it's something that our sister state in California has already aspired toward. They've set a goal with a floor of 65%. European Union has a similar goal to this by the same target year of 2032.
Right. So I read it's California 75%, European Union 75%. So we in New York had to get at least 10% better than those two entities.
Well, I hope New York can do that. And I'm from that part of the state that was humiliated almost nightly when Johnny Carson was on the television. When we had the garbage barge traveling both hemispheres, searching for a place to take Long Island garbage. We really haven't progressed very much since the Mobro, that was the name of the garbage barge, wandered all the way to South America and then came back to Islip to deposit the garbage that nobody else wanted. Part of the moral of that story is that New York needs to do better. And in fact, instead of being the butt of ridicule for the world, I think we should lead our sister states and perhaps even be a world leader in showing how to reduce, reuse, recycle, and compost.
Well, certainly, I share that vision of only the minimum amount of required stuff goes into the dense urban area, and the very minimum required would come out. And one of the ways I think we can do that, one of the provisions in this bill is composting. Is it going to be part of this plan to reduce food waste in New York City to be able to help meet these targets?
Part of why we asked the department and give them 2.5 years to come up with a plan is to answer specific questions such as that. We don't have specificity or formulation at that level written into this measure.
So it's not very specific in that regard.
It is not highly specific in that regard.
And what about construction debris that's some of which is brought out on trains and taken to upstate landfills? Are we going to have a plan to keep that somewhere in the dense urban area?
C&D debris is an important part of our solid waste problem, if you will. And again, we would look to a master vision coming from the agency that we're handing additional authority to, and to the commissioner of the DEC.
So I see the idea behind the bill is sound and solid, but what is in this bill, or what will be in this study that we don't already do now, that's going to suddenly make all these municipalities to cooperate with the state and have an epiphany that then suddenly we're going to start doing what we should be doing all the time already? I'm a little.
But 10 years isn't exactly sudden. And as already indicated, I mean, Johnny Carson's show has been, he's deceased now, and his show has been off the air for more than a decade. So this isn't sudden, but it is catching up with reality. We need to really formulate meaningful policy and reduce the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. The main emphasis should be on reduce, because that's the volumetric issue. I think our Department of Environmental Conservation is primed for this. It isn't coming upon them, out of left field. This they've seen coming for some time.
Well, great. Well, thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Engelbright. Mr. Speaker, on the bill?
On the bill, Mr. Smith.
So I laud the effort to set a lofty goal, a stretch goal, if you will, and try to achieve it. But I think it's important that a law that's passed in an area such as this, that's going to be carried out by a department of the state government ought to be specific enough and ought to have resources attached with it to actually achieve that goal, as opposed to this competing with other areas that would then have to draw resources, whether it's from the department's resources, maybe the new Environmental Bond Act or the Environmental Protection Fund. I don't think it's a good idea to set a mandate, because that's what my fear on these goal bills are, is that we said, well, it's the sense of this body that we ought to do X, Y, and Z by time A, B, and C. But we don't provide a clear path from the as is where we are today to the to be where we want to be in 10 years. And I have a little experience in doing this because I'd done some planning. But I actually welcome the opportunity to continue to work on this issue, noting that our colleagues in the Senate, need to come up with something to support this. But I actually welcome the opportunity to work on the single stream recycling issue, because I think it's a key issue for New York State as a whole, centered around the dense urban areas and then many of the areas that provide materials and foodstuff to support, the dynamic engine that is New York City, not only for our state, but for our country and for the world. And I think this will be one of the great things, that if we can go from where we are in the as-is system to the to-be system, if we get it right, we will set ourselves up for what I like to think are 100-year infrastructure puts that are going to pay off many times over, from the capital expended to the results that are achieved. And they will just make our state that much better and that much stronger. So I look forward to working with the chair on this in this regard. But in the meantime, because of the lack of the specificity, I won't be supporting this bill today. But I would encourage all my colleagues to make their own decisions in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Slither. Mr. Walczak.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the sponsor would yield for some questions.
Mr. Engelbright, will you yield?
I yield.
Mr. Engelbright yields, sir.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Speaker, the bill that you bring before us today has a goal of reducing by 85% the amount of solid waste. How is that measured? How's that 85% measured?
Be measured against what we're doing today. The yardstick would be on the basis of a percentage of our tonnage and volume of solid waste.
Tonnage and volume? Is it either or? How are you going to measure that?
It's all of the above.
Okay. So both metrics, both the tonnage of solid waste and the cubic yardage of solid waste,
sure,
both need to meet that goal of 85% reduction. Okay.
There's a lot of variability. We live in a temperate climate, so when it rains, the waste that is picked up is a lot heavier. You can see this if you go to an incinerator, for example. You'll see on the day after it rained heavily, they're having a harder time burning the waste because it's wet.
Yep, that
and
makes
it's also heavier.
That makes sense to me. When we're talking about recycled materials and materials that you can pull out of there to meet this weight requirement, for example, which are the heaviest that you see an opportunity to that the state really needs to capitalize on?
Well, it's really everything mixed together. It's, we don't have the waste for the most part segregated into materials that are separately measurable, with the exception perhaps of C&D, construction and demolition debris. And that's really rock material, a lot of cement, some metals, but metals are a small component.
So
metals are heavy on
and following your example here, there isn't an anticipation that we're going to be finding a recycling process for concrete, for example, is there?
Oh, I think concrete can be recycled. It's useful as a sub-aggregate for roads. It's useful for construction of a variety of shoreline hardening. Not that I'm a big fan of shoreline hardening, but as sea level rises, we're going to have to protect New York City from being overwhelmed by the rise of sea level. We have a variety of needs for recycled cementatious rock-like material. Yeah.
Okay, I see where you're going, and I'd consider that more of a repurpose or an upcycle than a full recycle. You're not envisioning that we're going to break concrete down to its core elements,
No,
and then recycle it into new
more in
concrete or
the manner
form
that you
something
just
else
described.
out of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that would in that process. So if you're taking chunks of concrete from a construction project and instead of putting them in a landfill,
Exactly.
you're saying both the bulk weight of that, if that's pulled out of the stream and repurposed, that would count towards your 85% goal here.
Sure.
Okay. What about glass?
Glass is very recyclable. It's the classic. Actually, the old Coke bottles from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Glass is very recyclable, and glass is actually a mineral. It's silica.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the sponsor would continue to yield, what happens with our glass in large part today? Are we, when we throw it into a single stream bin or a source separated or whatever the recycling situation in your local municipality is, from a young age, I learned that you should rinse out the jar of spaghetti sauce real good because you wanted to make sure that was a clean product.
You are a good doobie. Yes.
Sure, and always have, and I think most members here also want to do the right thing by reducing, reusing, and recycling, and being great stewards of our land and environment.
Absolutely.
What happens to most of those bottles in the state of New York right now after we've washed them out and separated them by color or thrown them into a bin that shows up at a MRF?
Well, we have a bottle bill, so those portions of the waste stream that are glass that are covered by the bottle bill are go directly back into
Through you,
the
Mr. Chair,
recycling.
I'm not talking specifically about.
You're talking about mayonnaise
I think
jars.
We're talking about recycling here, not necessarily asking manufacturers to put a deposit on it. And that's a separate bill for a different day. I'd like to stick to the issue at hand, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
What about those glass products that we're actually putting into the recycling stream? What ultimately happens to that glass?
They're technically able to be recycled, but right now, for the most part, they're just being landfilled. We don't have any.
One more time for the record, Mr. Speaker. Did you say that glass that we think that we're recycling is being thrown into the landfill?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm asking you to confirm what you just stated. The glass that we believe that we're actually recycling, that's being thrown into the landfill?
Some goes to the landfill. The glass that we are able to collect, a good deal of it is not recyclable at the present time. We don't have the kind of source separation or standards for manufacturers that give us the ability to bring that glass back into useful service. If you mix brown glass with green glass with clear glass, you end up with muddy glass. It's not very economically recyclable. We have some programs for glass in which the glass is crushed and used as part of road aggregate. That's been done experimentally. We have some examples where the glass can be used as an aggregate in the creation of cement blocks. So there's some recycling capability. I anticipate that those early experiments, some from 20 years ago, on the recycling of glass, will give guidance to the DEC. And 2.5 years from now, if we're successful in passing this, the DEC will give us the details on how glass and other materials might be recycled.
I got to imagine, through you, Mr. Speaker, I got to imagine we're going to see a great increase if this bill becomes law in the need for material recovery facilities, what we generally call MRFs. Uh, do these material recovery facilities, do they like glass being in those facilities, or did they degrade the other actually recyclable products that could be taken to market and help with a lot of environmental goals in our baseline, which really comes down to some dollars here at the end of the day? Is glass helpful in a MRF, or is it hurtful?
You'll find different opinions at different sites, but what I have heard most often and most frequently is that glass is a real problem, that it really messes up getting crushed glass mixed in with other materials and contaminating the entire stream.
Is there something in this legislation, or do you anticipate that the Department of Environmental Conservation is going to acknowledge this fact that both glass is going into our landfills currently, even though most of us believe that we're recycling it, and then it actually degrades the rest of the recycling products that are going to market and are actually...
It depends on how it's managed. We presently have pretty primitive management. So broken glass is a contaminant. Glass itself, if we're able to keep it separate, particularly if we're able to use sorting machines that separate the different colors of glass, that's very recyclable, and I anticipate that that will be something that the report from the department will focus on and give us some guidance on.
Let's talk about if you'd indulge, let's talk about the recyclability of glass, because you did mention, it's turned into cullet, could be separated by different colors and has a few different purposes. Does the concrete industry have a great interest in recycled glass cullet? Is there a good market for that? Is there an example in New York State or elsewhere, whether it's a sister state, as you put it, or some other place where concrete companies are saying, get me that recycled glass, I would prefer that over clean sand?
I have not heard that. I anticipate that if we open a conversation, I say we, I'm really talking about the department, and in close coordination with our municipal partners, if we open a conversation with the industry, that we might find a way to enable the industry to make better use of crushed glass. They really like natural aggregate. It's what they're used to. It's what they do on a daily basis. In some cases, those industries also own their own sand quarries. And so it's going to take a little bit of work, I think, but it's certainly a doable proposition. Glass is infinitely recyclable. You can melt it, you can reform it.
I'm glad you brought that up.
It's silicon dioxide. Chemically, it comes from quartz, which is a mineral. It's one of the main minerals of granite. It's a very common mineral.
Right, in glass, my understanding is made from silica sand. You, in this process, are essentially saying the recycled glass in the future that we put back into this stream may be turned back into sand or a inferior product to sand. Then additional dollars and effort and energy could be put back into that sand in order to make it a glass product or for some other purpose, whether it be an aggregate for base layer. Here's my question specifically on this, and I wanted to pick on glass because when you told me that bulk weight is a big part of this goal here, glass is one of the heaviest recyclables that we have, and so in order to meet that, you could actually put a policy forward today that puts additional glass into our recycling stream, which would further degrade a lot of actually recyclable products, whether it be cardboard, which there's great demand for right now, and we're doing a pretty good job with, or whether it be all of the other things that go through a MRF, for example, have the potential of being degraded by that glass. And at the end of the day, I look at the sum total of this thing, and I say, why spend so much energy and time and effort to break this thing down when its base things are cheap. It doesn't really have a terrible environmental degradation to it when it's in a landfill. It does take up some space and have some weight. But what do we really gain when we pour so much energy back into breaking down our glass in order to turn it back into that product?
This measure doesn't speak to a formula. It calls upon the commissioner and the department to analyze the entire waste stream with a priority on reduction in volume. It's interesting that you focused on glass. Glass is one of the most recyclable materials, as I'm sure you know, that goes into the waste stream. A more sophisticated separation process, possibly with more cooperation through education of our citizens, so that there be source separation. That would be of great assistance to our municipalities. We'll produce glass that is very recyclable and is actually preferred over gravel for the foundries that melt silica to create glass. They'd rather use a well-sorted glass material that's already gone through the process of production at least once.
Appreciate your answers. I'll go on the bill very quickly, Mr.
On the bill, sir.
So I picked on glass specifically for the reasons I stated already. It's one of the more heavy of the recyclable products. So if you're setting some imaginary metrics, which I think it's great. I mean, we always want to do things that are better for the environment. But here's the thing. We're not actually recycling glass, and it doesn't actually make sense to recycle glass. Why would you spend additional time, effort, and money and fossil fuels to truck this stuff around, source separate it, when it actually degrades recyclable products that can go to market and help the entire process? So when you do a one-size-fits-all and ignore that really, and I know it's tough, right? From a young age, my mother taught me, like, rinse out that bottle. It's going into the recycling bin. We're doing the right thing for the environment. But then to learn that this stuff is actually, if we break it down into bullet, there's no market for it. Can I use some additional time, Mr. Speaker?
You're asking for another 15.
I am.
We do have other members. Do you want to come back to that 15?
I'm happy to come back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Ms. Giglio. Ms. Giglio?
Me?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Engelbright, will you please answer a question for me?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
What's your question?
So, what is the estimated garbage by pounds each person in New York State produces a day? And I know you know the answer to this question.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. So,
I think it would probably vary depending upon whether it's a rural or urban or suburban setting.
okay.
Whether it's a family with 6 kids and they're all sharing the same meal preparation, or if it's just a couple.
Okay. And as you know, the town to which you live in, which is also in my district, the town of Brookhaven, the landfill will be closing in 2024.
Right.
And where do you anticipate all of the garbage from Long Island, or all the garbage that goes into that landfill? Where do you think that garbage will be going?
I have a hope that we'll get an answer for that. Very important question. We provided a $250,000 grant to the town last year out of the Environmental Protection Fund. In speaking with the supervisor of the town and also the supervisor of Babylon Town, both of those towns have landfills. The last 2 landfills operational on Long Island. They are presently favoring going to the Waste Management Institute at SUNY at Stony Brook to ask them to answer the question that you rightly pose.
Yeah, because there are also several transfer stations that are being proposed. I'm sure you're familiar with the one that is being proposed in Yaphank on that site over there, and other landfill transition areas like in Medford for Gershow, for example. So I guess my concern is that once the landfills all close, that the garbage, if we don't have solutions now, is going to be taken off of Long Island, and it is going to be using a lot of gas in the trucks and the wear and tear on the roadways and the recyclables not being reused. I know in 2019, the Long Island Regional Planning Council was commissioned to come up with solutions for glass and for recyclables. And do you know where they are as far as that plan is concerned, the Long Island Regional Planning Council, on how to cut down on garbage and then how to get it off of Long Island?
I don't believe that study has been completed. I haven't seen a print of any work product from that study. But I can tell you that I still had brown hair when Johnny Carson was making fun of the town of Islip for its garbage barge. And we now, as you rightly point out, are kind of up against the deadline in two of our largest towns. So that's why we provided a grant last year to enable the supervisors, they're wonderful supervisors in both towns, to enable those supervisors to have some tools to work with to begin to really grapple with the difficult decisions that revolve around the closure of the landfills. The one at Brookhaven will close first in about 2 more years, and 2 years after that, Babylon. And then, in political time, that's two election cycles.
Yeah, it's coming up pretty quick.
In the time of our state, it's almost immediate.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Mr. Speaker, on the bill. I think this is a lofty goal. I think it's a noble goal. And I think it's something that New Yorkers are going to have to start realizing, that we are going to have to start reducing our garbage stream. With the cost of getting rid of garbage off of Long Island, especially, I've seen the numbers increase 20, 30% in municipalities with their household waste. So I think it's a lofty goal. I think it's a good goal. I'm going to be supporting the bill. I think we need to come up with solutions, especially with wine country on the North Fork of Long Island, and maybe helping those wineries reuse their wine bottles and offering incentives for that maybe the state could subsidize or think about doing that, so that we can keep our wineries running and up and going until we come up with solutions. We've been talking about pulverizing the glass and using it as, shoulder beds and trying to find different uses for it. And I just haven't seen any true reports that have proven how recyclables can be reused. And I think that is something that we really need to focus on with all of these landfills closing, not only reducing our waste, but trying to figure out new markets for these recyclables. We used to get paid for the recyclables. We used to get paid for the glass. We used to get paid for the paper. We used to get paid for the plastic. Now it's costing to get rid of it. So New Yorkers and Long Islanders especially pay a tremendous amount of money in taxes, and the garbage tax just seems to be going upward. So I look forward to working with Mr. Engelbright and coming up with some of these solutions and relieving some of these businesses, rather than bills such as the bottle bills, which nobody even knows where that money goes, that 5 cents goes. So in order to help improve the garbage stream, which is what the money should be going towards, it's going right to the supermarkets, and what they're spending it on, I'm not sure. But it's a good thing to try and reduce our garbage. And for that, I thank you, and I will be supporting the bill, but look towards finding new markets for recyclables and for our waste management. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moncalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor yield for a question?
Mr. Engelbright, will you yield?
I yield.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, sir. You had said at the beginning that DEC would take the lead on this in developing a goal or a way to get to where we want to go.
That's what this bill calls for, yes. It calls for thought, planning, anticipation, and then actions. A report will be delivered back to us in 2025.
Are they aware of this at all? Do you know that this could
Oh,
be coming
they're
down?
very aware. This is coming up like a bug on the windshield. They know this is coming. You bet. They know about this issue.
Okay. One of my questions would be, when they decide to help develop this, would we as a state reach out to our private companies that actually do this for a living, actually do it for profit, or would we totally rely on DEC to do all of this and not really involve the private sector?
Your question is a very good one and very insightful. Of course, we should expect that the DEC will not shut their door and talk to themselves. They need to talk to all of the stakeholders. That's a very important part of this.
So do you think, you just made a good point, do you think it would behoove us as state legislators to maybe ask the private firms and companies to develop this, and then they could reach out to DEC and have them help at a certain point?
The DEC, what the bill calls for is for the DEC to be responsible. I believe that means they should allow information to flow in both directions. I don't think that we should become dependent upon corporations that have a self-interest, but I think that we should have an ongoing dialogue and work closely with them in a problem-solving mode, and at the same time work with our municipal partners.
Well, we too, at the county level, back when I was back home, we also had a MRF, and we had separated streams of recycling coming in. And one of the biggest tools that we weren't very good at was somebody that was going to actually broker the material. Because prices go up and down, you need someone to broker it that understands how to broker, that understands the highs and the lows of selling recyclable products. And I wouldn't believe that DEC would have anybody on board that could handle something like that.
The department doesn't have those people on their own staff, to the best of my knowledge, although they have very knowledgeable people. The department's main problem is that they are understaffed, not that the staff is underprepared or not well educated. It's quite the opposite. The people there, from what I can tell, are highly qualified, but just feel swamped because the agency has lost a third of its personnel in the last decade. They're beginning to rehire. This commissioner assured us during the hearing just in January, a couple of months ago, that he was prioritizing some of the key hotspots in the environmental array of issues. And this is certainly one of those. I anticipate that he will be doing some hiring. But they need to talk to people in the field, people in the industry, people in local government, and cast a broad net for insight and information.
Do you know who the biggest buyer of recyclables are?
It's going to vary depending upon what substance we're talking about, what commodity we're talking about. Of course, until about 3 years ago, it was China. And they decided that they didn't like our mixed. We really hadn't been giving them very pure or well-sorted plastics, for example, and they decided that they would just stop that. Some of the other Southeast Asian countries have picked up, but our municipalities have not been able to, as you heard from some of the other comments, some of our local jurisdictions are still suffering because what used to be a revenue stream is now a costly loss of income. Yeah, some of the markets have recovered. It would depend, upon the particular commodity.
Well, and I think
metals are doing very well.
You made a great point. I think that's why it's so important to get the private sector, the businesses that actually do this, involved in this, and let them be the front runner, and let DEC be a side or a help to them when they're needed, because they're going to be able to know the numbers, the true numbers of what it costs to move the material, where can it go. I would much rather see private entities push this forward with the help of DEC as an add-on or helping them to get to where they want to go.
You talk like you know what you're doing. Were you a supervisor in a prior life?
Sometimes I was, yes.
Because you have some real insight here based on your questions, and yes, the department shouldn't try to go this alone. They really do need to reach out to everybody who's a stakeholder, both in the private world and in the public world.
Well, I thank you for that. And you're absolutely right. I do agree with that. I think anything we can do to take the pressure off of DEC, because you and I both know they are overworked, understaffed, and we constantly keep adding more and more and more to their plate. I applaud the commissioner. He does a great job. He's also a veteran as well, and I know he knows how to lead. But you can only lead with what you have. And as we continue to throw, electrification, looking at everything we have going on in New York State, it's a lot for them. I'm not sure they could get enough people to do the job. And that's why I think we, as legislators, really ought to try to push and get the private companies involved to take that pressure off of DEC and accomplish the mission that we need to do and we're set out to do, because it will go quickly. We'll have a better understanding. Is it profitable? And also, it takes a lot of that cost off the backs of taxpayers, and at the same time gives a private company the possibility of growing and hiring other people. So that just my thoughts.
I agree with everything you've just said, and you're a member of the committee, a very valued member, and obviously a knowledgeable one. And I would be pleased to work with you and the other colleagues. This is not a partisan issue. This cuts across into the grain of all of our home communities, and the people who sent us are depending upon us to work together on this. And I look forward to doing that with you and the others who have spoken.
Thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht. And I know you're from Long Island. I know my colleague from Long Island, and we have different parts of the state. I'm sorry, I just have one more quick question. I apologize.
Certainly.
I've been in New York City. I've been down to some of the locations where they load the trash trains, that's what we call them, that come up to upstate New York. They bring the trash up there. Composting recyclables and anything of that nature. Anytime you decide to move that product someplace, you're moving dead weight, you're moving a product someplace away from where we're going to use it mainly on the East Coast where the cities are. Is New York City itself, are they engaged to working with the state to help develop something for New York City, for the Burgh area, so we don't have
They
to
are, and we have a new administration who sent some of their environmental administrators up here just within the last 2 days. I think they're eager also to be in the problem-solving mode.
Okay. I appreciate your time, Mr. Chair, and on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
On the bill, Mr. Mantello.
As one of my colleagues said, this is a great option and a great time to, again, move New York State forward. But we as legislators need to make sure we do it in a way that's going to be profitable for the people that are going to deal with this stuff and with the products. And we have to get private business in there to take the load off of our taxpayers. This is a way to do it. This is a way to find out if we can do it profitably, and involving the individual regions, Long Island, New York City, upstate, and making this work and making us leaders. I'm all for it. I applaud the sponsor for bringing this forward, and I'd be more than willing to work with him as we do already. So I just say thank you again for bringing this forward. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time to be allowed to speak.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Salka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The sponsor yield for just a brief question, and I'll make a few.
I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Engelbrecht yields, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Engelbright. And I have to admit, this is one that you're proposing I really am enthused about. I think that every time living in a rural area, it seems to be, and I grew up in the city, but I live in a rural area now, it seems to be that we're a little bit more conscientious about what we're throwing out because it means more to go to the transfer station and so forth and so on. So, you know, I applaud your efforts and look forward to working with you on this. I guess one of the things that this doesn't seem like, it just doesn't seem like we have enough time to do this. If in fact the DEC is going to have until 2025, that only gives us 7 years to implement what I think, and I would hope you would agree, is really a cultural change. Because it seemed to be for a long time we were going full guns on recycling. It seemed to be something that people had in the back of their mind for a good portion of the time and how they manage their lifestyles. Would you agree that maybe that's kind of taken a back seat a bit?
I would, and I think your observations about our time constraints are very accurate. We're really up against it. I think that's also why I wanted to bring up the garbage barge. That's a third of a century ago, and we wasted many of those years by not being attentive and not planning ahead. We needed to have done this yesterday, but tomorrow is going to be there with the sunrise, and we should be ready for it. This is on our watch. Those of us who sit here today as members of this important legislative body. So we can't recapture time lost, but we can do everything we need to do by working together, drawing inspiration from experiences in each of our respective parts of the state, being empathetic and listening, and then putting resources into place for our local municipal jurisdictions and our state Department of Conservation.
Yeah, and I agree definitely. And you know, we know that the recycling market now is more than ever. It's something that depends on the international trends. As you mentioned, that we sold most of our recyclables for a long time to China, and then for a host of reasons, all right, we no longer are able to do that.
I think we got lazy and presumptuous that was going to continue, even if we gave them poorly sorted materials, that they would tolerate it. And they turned out not to be tolerant at a point about 3 years ago. And now we are literally paying for that.
Exactly. If I may make a suggestion, you put it in the back of your mind that because I mentioned that it's a cultural issue, that we should start to orient children more into how to better manage, you know, what they're throwing away, or maybe you just think again about buying something that they are just going to throw away.
The education component of this is the unifying need.
Exactly.
At all levels, be they rural or suburban or urban. And your point's very well taken. That's a key mechanism for ultimate success, or if we don't do it, failure.
Thank you, sir. If I may, Mr. Speaker, on the bill.
On the bill.
As I mentioned, I applaud the sponsor. It's an ambitious goal, there's no doubt about it. But fortunately enough, we live in a very ambitious country, in a very ambitious state. And although I would maybe differ a little bit about whether or not we can do it in what is really an accelerated pace, I think it's a goal that's worth pursuing. It's something that is going to affect our children and our children's children. And if we don't do something about it, we're going to be up to our waists in garbage. So I think it's very important. Again, I appreciate the sponsor and I applaud your efforts. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Engelbright, will the sponsor yield for a couple of questions?
Will the sponsor yield?
I yield.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you very much, sir. Just a couple of questions relating to the actual study that's being done. Just reading in my notes, it says that the DEC is authorized to advise and cooperate with local planning units to achieve this goal. The local planning units, does that include any other state agencies?
I didn't quite hear the last part.
The local planning units, does that relate to any other state agencies? Are they any other state agencies involved with this study?
It's mostly the DEC. They can consult with the health department, of course, for some of the materials, such as hospital waste. But it's mostly DEC. We're not really expecting other state agencies to be really giving us a great deal of guidance. We hope that they cooperate and for example, parks department, state parks can help by doing some things with source separation waste at the park sites. Same with DOT, State Thruway Authority, and the thruway stops. But the real guidance is going to, and the real responsibility lies with the Department of Environmental Conservation.
Great, thank you. And is the goal of the measure to implement a regional solid waste management program all over the state?
I think we need to let the department sort that out. The goal, of course, is a statewide goal. This is a measure for the whole state, yes. But one size fits all in terms of a strategy is probably not a very good structure to work as a framework for success. Because the state, I mean, we're a state that's the size of a nation. We have a lot of different circumstances. As I've indicated, rural is very different from urban or suburban. And our population density varies greatly, and the strategy is probably going to have to be varied as well. But we leave that in this bill to the department to sort out.
Along those lines, will there be any public hearings held with regard to this?
They're not called for, but I'm glad you asked the question, because as this is such an important issue for all of our home jurisdictions, we're certainly going to be in public hearings on the budget as it affects this policy area with EPF and the availability of personnel within the department to provide technical assistance and grants through the EPF. So that there are public hearings built into the budget process. I think you're asking, though, are we going to have separate hearings? I'm certainly open to that. We don't have anything built into the bill that calls for it. But I don't want to wait 2.5 years and then, some of us won't be here in 2.5 years. Some of us will have graduated to other responsible positions. So I think it does make sense for us to keep that door open. And it is a real likelihood, I think, that we'll be calling for the department to come to a special hearing on this along the way between now and 2.5 years out.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the bill?
On the bill.
I promised I would be brief to myself because I understand this is the last bill of the day, and I'm sure everybody would like to go home. But I just want to take a moment, and I applaud the sponsor for this measure. Some of my colleagues have brought up several points that I just wanted to kind of flesh out a little more. I do see the importance of having public hearings on this. I do see the importance of bringing in other state agencies, and I do see the importance of looking at this from a regional approach, because as we all know, what may be good for Long Island may not be good for the North Country. So I think looking at that in those terms is extremely important. I think we can all agree in this chamber and also over down the hall in the Senate that we do have a solid waste crisis, and it's not looming, it's here, it's relevant, not only for New York State, but also for Long Island. As Mr. Engelbright has stated before, with the closure of the Brookhaven landfill in a couple of years, it's going to become even more of a problem. But it's particularly important for Long Island, where our number one export is actually our solid waste, our garbage. So current recycling has declined in recent years, and I understand that this is an aspirational study for the DEC to come up with a plan, and so that we can avoid really becoming the the equivalent of the movie Wall-E, which, as everyone may know, is a cartoon movie, but it describes the planet Earth which is full of garbage all around. So the other portion of this, though, is very important. I think it'll be more relevant with some other bills that I believe are coming down. But right now, all of these costs are borne by the local municipalities. And it's unfair, and it's causing the taxes of our local municipalities to go up. The fact that it gives the states 10 years to come up with this plan, I think makes a ton of sense, rather than shipping our solid waste by road to upstate New York and places like Ohio and Pennsylvania. So I hope that there will be a Senate companion for this. I would like to see some amendments to it, just to make the study a little more comprehensive, a little more broad. But I believe that this is really important, along with working on the EPR bill and the bottle bill. So I want to thank the sponsor for this measure, and I'm pleased to vote in favor of the bill and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you very much.
Read the last section.
This act shall take effect immediately.
The clerk will record the vote on A4117. This is a fast roll call. Any member who wishes to be recorded in the negative is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided.
Mr. Engelbrecht to explain his vote.
Mr. Engelbrecht to explain his vote.
A couple of geological thoughts that come to mind here. One is looking at the classic work by Myron Fuller, U.S. Geological Survey, Professional Paper 71, published in 1914. The second plate shows the map of Long Island at the beginning of the last century. The marshes were magnificent. If you look at the marshes today, 60, almost 70% of our tidal wetlands have been filled with solid waste. Terrible loss. We've heard some of my colleagues speak about moving solid waste off of Long Island to upstate. They're talking about putting it into quarries for the most part. In Ohio, the great quarries. I used to go there when I was much younger to collect fossils. It hurts me to think that we're going to be filling those classic geological sites with garbage. We need to do better. Part of that is to join together, and I sense that we are close to being joined together here on this issue, and work together along with empowering the department to do the same. And setting this goal is an important, still, I must admit, late, but not too late, I hope, moment in the history of our state. We need to face this. I thank all my colleagues for their thoughtful comments, and urge everyone to join in this effort. Working together, I think we can solve this problem. We don't need to send our waste to the Great Medusa quarries in the suburbs of Cincinnati. That's nuts. We can do better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote aye.
Ms. Griffin to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to explain my vote. As the chair of the Legislative Commission on Toxic Substances and Hazardous Waste, I commend the sponsor for bringing this forward, and I'm proud to co-sponsor this impactful legislation. I am not proud of the fact that solid waste is our largest export on Long Island. It is essential that New York State lead in advocating for a strong reduce, reuse, recycle, and compost program, as we already are very behind. It's critical for us to increase the state's recycling rates. Landfills are costly, and so is exporting solid waste. So a huge benefit of this policy is that a great deal of money will be saved by our municipalities throughout New York State, but especially on Long Island. We must work together to explore and enact comprehensive solutions to solid waste. Thank you to our wise chair of the Environmental Committee. I vote in the affirmative.
Ms. Griffin in the affirmative. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All of us are consumers, and when we consume what we purchase, we throw it away. It goes into the garbage can, and a couple of times a week we put it out at the curb. It gets collected and it disappears, or at least that's what most people think. It disappears. Well, it doesn't. And those of us who have served at the municipal level of government know that it's our job to put it somewhere. So I think this bill is a great idea. I want to offer my heartfelt thank you and congratulations to my colleague for sponsoring this. We happen to go back a long way together on this issue. Steve serves to the east of me, and I have a little bit of history working on solid waste in the town of Smithtown when we reorganized our commercial solid waste program. And I ended up taking a trip out to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to study what was known as the Tulsa Plan, which was a volume-based system of disposing of solid waste. And we spent 5 days in Tulsa studying garbage and eating some good barbecue after our meetings. But we implemented that program in the town of Smithtown, and it worked beautifully, and it's been copied elsewhere. Recycling, I always considered myself a great recycler. I recycled everything in my house. I drove my kids and my wife crazy because that goes in the recycling bin. That goes in the recycling bin. Don't throw that out. We need to do a better job. So we need to not necessarily consume less, but we have to produce less packaging. Packaging is the real problem. And I don't want to see anybody lose their job because every package is somebody's job. Somebody produced this. And we have to find a better way to package our products, reduce the volume, reduce the amount of packaging, because it doesn't disappear. It goes somewhere. So I want to say thank you to my colleague, Steve. At this, you're the best. And, this is important for not just Long Island, but for the entire state and nation. Thank you.
Mr. Fitzpatrick in the affirmative. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad to support this goal of 85% recycling. This is not a new issue for us, certainly. Back in the 1990s, the state required every municipality to develop a comprehensive solid waste management plan. There's a requirement 30 years ago. And part of that comprehensive solid waste management plan, every municipality had to come up with plans on recycling, reuse, composting, and reduction. And I know in my county, we did that. And when we implemented curbside pickups of glass, cardboard, cans, we were one of the first in the state, and there was a great market for those products. And so we could actually operate it profitably. 30 years later, there's been a huge push. A lot of other people have got into the recycling business. There's a glut in the market. You can't give those products away. Some of those products, you just can't give them away. And as my colleague, Mr. Engelbright, noted, as a result, we have curbside pickup. We have colleagues like my colleague, Mr. Fitzpatrick, that's studious about recycling. And after we have source separation and everyone's washing the glass, it gets to the landfill and it's all dumped in. So if we're serious about this 85% reduction, and I think we are and should be, we also have to be serious about addressing the economics and developing markets for these recycled materials so that we're not spending millions of taxpayers' dollars to source recycle, only to dump it in the landfill. And so I appreciate the goal. Now the hard work comes in making sure we develop markets so that this will work and not just be a goal on paper. So again, thank you to my colleagues and all the comments that have made today that are all, in my opinion, very thoughtful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.